We are online.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги,
Good morning, dear colleagues,
дорогі учасники нашої
dear participants of our conference.
Ми продовжуємо сьогодні і завтра ту
Today and tomorrow, we continue the conference, the prospects of development of road transport and infrastructure that we started 11th, 12th of December of 2024.
Нагадаю, що, можливо, є нові учасники, а можливо, так сказати, хтось забув.
There are
Я
new
нагадаю,
participants, or if someone forgot, I would like to remind
конференція була
that our conference was
наша конференція була
interrupted. It's a screenshot. Our conference was interrupted on 12th of December with a picture like this. This happened because 12:30 we received information about mining of our building, bombing of our building, and therefore we had to stop.
процедури
And all of the procedures in line with the law lasted till the end of the day.
якби шансів для завершення
And
конференції.
therefore, there was no chance to finish the conference on 12th. And yet we had, from the perspective of the rules, if this would not happen, we could have finished.
До речі, після цього нашу
By
будівлю
the way, after that, our building was bombed
два рази.
2 times again.
Тобто це має місце. Так,
This
це
take place from time to time throughout the city.
Я вже переходжу до
Therefore,
маленького короткого
I now move to the short instruction about the procedure of our work.
тих обставин, які
In
ми
case of
знаємо,
the circumstances that we know,
відключення
like air alert,
замінування,
electricity blackouts, bombing. I hope that this time we can do without it. We shall operate in line with the rules and procedures that we know.
конференцію.
We shall stop the conference. Everybody who is in the building of the institute know what to do.
Знаходяться
And those who are on Zoom remotely, they will wait if it is possible for them. If also air alert or another circumstances take place in the place where they are, then they will take measures also to secure their life and health. According to the rules of the conference, I would like to say that
працювати 2 дні.
we shall operate for 2 days. So on 12th of December, we just had the work for half a day, and yet we also have 6 small sessions. Therefore, we shall have distributed those sessions. You saw the program of continuation of our 4th international conference today, 7th and 8th sessions. And tomorrow we are planning 8th, 9th, 11th sessions. Today, both sessions will end with a discussion panel. 17:15 is the beginning of it, and everything else in line with the schedule that you already have in the agenda, including the coffee break and lunch break and so on. Tomorrow, we also have 4 sessions and the discussion panel.
Намір, і ми обов'язково
And we shall necessarily summarize the conference.
ми на це, для цього вже готові.
And we
Що
are ready for
стосується
that.
терміну,
As for the timing,
технічна підтримка,
our technical support
показала, як діють
has demonstrated
сигнали про попередження.
how the signals operate about the timing. This is our little innovation. Previously, we didn't have it, and the speakers quite often prolong. I will make a request. We have the speeches that it is better not to interrupt. And I have discussed with the technical department
Регламент стандарт
the standard rules for everyone is up to 12 minutes. You can see that for those 2 days of the conference, we are quite generous. Why? Because previously we gave 7 to 8 minutes in December when we had the first part. Nowadays, the number of speeches is much fewer, and therefore we allow up to 12 minutes.
Ну, я В принципі, все, що ми пропонували,
Everything we have proposed,
послуги, мається на увазі,
all our services in terms of the opportunity of having speeches in the recording, everything remains, and we encourage this.
можливість
There is an opportunity to have a speech. After the speech, you can provide the recording, and this is allowed, and this is promoted, and this is encouraged. Any format, under conditions of the wartime, and the air alerts, and bombing, and so on. We support any format for the speakers so they can provide their speeches. If anyone will have interruption of communications or electricity blackout and will not present, I kindly request you, even after the end of the conference, our organizational committee, you can provide the recording of such a speech, and then we shall place it also on all of our resources that we have at the moment. So now we shall start working. Today we start the session 7. I remind you that the 6th session was not over, yet the organizing committee placed all of them, those sessions starting from 8th till 11th. We start with the 8th session. The 7th session is intellectual transport and cybersecurity. In that session, we expect up to 15 presentations, and we hope to hear to all of them in the first half of the day. I would like to say a few words about the first half, session 7, intellectual transport and cybersecurity. On 12th of December of 2003, the United Nations, jointly with the International Union of Telecommunications in Geneva, held the Global Summit of Information Society, on which more than 100 leaders of countries were present. And that summit, as the first one held by the United Nations, has warned the mankind and the governments and all the societies about the cardinal shifts that will take place in the coming years and decades, and this is related to such a general notion as information society. However, two fundamental documents were approved, the action plan and the declaration of principles of building the information society. And in those documents, every time the acronym is mentioned, Information and Communication Technology, ICT, and incredible impact of such a technology on every side of life of the mankind. Since that time, more than 20 years passed. The majority of developed countries of the world are moving powerfully in this direction. First of all, this is true for the European Union. The range of programs have been approved, as well as plans, and so on. The general European documents for development of information society, and also the transport systems have been mentioned, and also intellectual transport systems, and so on. This is true about the Asia-Pacific region, and also the United States and Canada. That process moves forward in a powerful way, and I can say it's chasing behind us. It steps on our heels. Actually, everything related to the information society and also having to do with transport technology, motor transport, which is a subject matter of our conference, is in the triangle. It's such a triangle, which is ICT,
цифрові технології, коли
and also digital technology.
і штучний інтелект, і інтелектуальні
With AI, intellectual transport system, cloud technology, and also cybersecurity. In this triangle, actually, there are all the derivatives of such processes which find their implementation these days globally in the road transport and other sectors, and we shall discuss in more particular the road transport and transport technology. The first presentation in this context, potential role of AI in the development of transport sector of Ukraine. I'm happy to give the floor to Mr. Adnan Rahman, the managing director of Dutch Consulting, Doctor, the Netherlands.
Adnan вже готовий.
I saw that Adnan is ready. You're welcome to make the presentation, potential role of AI in the development of the transport sector of Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'm trying to share my screen. Can you see my screen? Okay. So I'm going to talk about using ITS to build back better. Build back better is something that we have heard many times over the past few years. And intelligent transportation systems and the technologies which support them actually offer an opportunity to do that. So clearly, the Ukrainian transport network has suffered a lot of damage and destruction, and it needs to be rebuilt. And by using the technologies which are covered by ITS, we can build back a system which is more resilient, more efficient, and more user-friendly. Of course, there are many challenges in doing so. First and most obvious is the scale and extent of the damage. Second is the resources. Even though there is a lot of funding, the resources that are needed to build the system back are so large that it will be difficult to do that without some form of prioritization. Also, when you build back the system, you need to build it back in a way that's going to make it more resilient to future disasters, but also to potential future conflicts because they cannot be ruled out. And finally, this is the challenge which all of us have heard about, which is how to make the transport system less harmful for the environment, more sustainable. So let me just quickly begin by saying what is an intelligent transportation system, because the term covers many different technologies, many different applications. But fundamentally, this is technology which allows real-time decision-making in the transport sector. And what it really involves is collecting lots and lots of data from a variety of sources, such as sensors, onboard systems in vehicles. And it uses this data, analyzes it, and makes decisions based on that, sometimes with human intervention, often without human intervention. And the benefits of this are many. They help to improve safety, they improve the efficiency, the capacity of the system, reduce congestion, and also sustainability. So this, in a nutshell, is what ITS is. So you can think of it as a system to collect data and make decisions. Now, we don't often hear that. We often hear about all the fancy gizmos on top of this technology, but fundamentally, that's what intelligent transportations are. So resilience, ITS can be used to improve the durability of the materials that we use. For example, you can use sensors embedded in pavements and bridges to monitor the wear and tear on these infrastructure elements. You can create redundancy in systems by using ITS to redirect the flows of vehicles across the network. You can help to make the infrastructure that you're building more adaptable. And finally, you can use it for risk mitigation in a variety of settings. You can, for artificial risks, such as this one created by the war, but also natural disasters. And examples of this resilience are, for example, elevated roads and flood-prone areas, better engineered bridges, intelligent transport systems embedded in traffic management systems, traffic management centers for rerouting traffic across networks, and what have you. So resilience is one of the things which ITS can contribute to. Second is, of course, efficiency. One of the big problems that we have across the world, and Ukraine is no exception, is congestion. Transportation systems are not, the efficiency of transportation systems can be improved. And it can be improved for both public transport as well as vehicular transport using private vehicles. So for private vehicles, it's obvious you have congestion because there are too many cars on a piece of the network. You control the flow of cars across the network. You do that by collecting information and data in real time and redirecting these flows. For public transportation, you can do things like providing public transport on demand, which is a lot more efficient than having empty buses ride around based on a particular schedule. So some of the examples of how you can use ITS to improve efficiency are, for example, dynamic tolling, dynamic road pricing. You can put in place dynamic freight corridors, for example. You can use renewable power charging stations for electric vehicles. All these things would help us to improve the efficiency of the systems. Also very important is to make the transport system more comfortable, convenient, and safe, i.e. user-friendly for the users of this system. So for example, if we talk about mobility on demand, which is something that is made possible by the use of ITS, you can make the transportation systems much more inclusive. People with disabilities or younger people, or less well-off people can all become a lot more connected. You can provide more convenience by shortening waiting times, for example. And I won't go through all the examples again. So there are several opportunities to improve the transport system in Ukraine when you build it back. You can improve the resource allocation by making it more efficient, by doing real-time monitoring to prioritize repairs. You can make it more resilient to withstand future disruptions. You can reduce the carbon footprint of the transport sector. And finally, in terms of the economy, ITS can help to create jobs and add value to the Ukrainian economy. Ukraine already has a very vibrant IT sector, and this can further help to add additional value to the economy. So here I would like to give you some examples of applying ITS under this umbrella system, how it can be used. So this is an example of network management using real-time data. So this data is being collected by floating cars, which is cars essentially driving on the network. It's collected through cameras, and it's collected through sensors, which are installed in the pavement, as well as more traditional systems like induction loops. All of this information is brought together in one place. It is processed, And based on this information, you can see very accurately and very precisely in near real time where there are already bottlenecks and congestion, and where you can expect them in the future, because you can make short-term forecasts using this data. So you can manage your systems much more effectively. You can manage the available capacity much more effectively. Now, right now, there are few places where this technology is used in conjunction with, for example, tolling. Singapore is one of these places that actually does this. They change the pricing for using the road system based on real-time data. And this is the kind of information and this is the kind of technology which is readily available, and it should be used going forward, and it can be very easily used in Ukraine. Another example is incidents management using real-time data. Road safety is a big problem, also in Ukraine, by the way. You have lots of traffic accidents, lots of fatalities, and lots of injuries resulting from these accidents. And one of the key elements in reducing the disruption to traffic flows from accidents is to manage the incident. What does this mean? It means to get resources to the site of the accident, to remove the vehicles which are involved in the accident, to remove the victims of the accident, and to get traffic flowing again. But also to provide the needed medical assistance to the victims. And often, if you're able to provide this medical assistance, appropriate and adequate medical assistance within the first hour, you save a lot of lives. And this is called the golden hour. So if you can collect the data on these incidents in real time, your ability to react to them is improved significantly. A third example, and this is one of my favorites, is to introduce demand management using kilometer pricing. Currently, we have examples of congestion pricing or cordon pricing, for example, what they have in London or what they have in Oslo, but we don't really have a charge for using the transport infrastructure networks based on the duration of the use, based on the distance that is covered on this network, the kinds of use, the time of day that you're using the system, also the kind of vehicle that is using the system. Now, if you were to introduce something like this, you could very easily manage demand, but not just the demand on the network at different locations and at different times, but you could also influence, for example, the kind of vehicles that are using the system. This would be a replacement for the traditional taxes that we put on kerosene, on petrol and diesel, etc., on the fuel for cars, and the road taxes that we have when you purchase a car. So in many ways, this is a much more effective and, at least from a theoretical, not just theoretical, all points of view, a better system than the current system of taxes that we have in the transport sector. So these are three very concrete ways, examples, illustrations of how Ukraine could implement ITS to build back a system which is better than what you have had. The question, of course, one is resources are obviously needed, but another point which is very important with regard to ITS is it often requires collaboration across agencies, across government ministries. And this is one of the keys to succeeding in implementing new innovative ITS systems. So how do we get to the point where these innovations can actually get developed and implemented in Ukraine? I see that I have 2 minutes left, so I'm going to be very quick. You can think about the three corners of this triangle, three basic blocks in society: governments, industry, and consumers. And in the middle of this triangle, you have something called beliefs, attitudes, and values. This is what drives the interaction between governments, industry, and consumers. We have regulation to regulate the technology. We have markets to mediate the interaction between industry and consumers. And we have societal preferences to mediate the interaction between governments and consumers. And very often, so one question is, why are we not seeing more innovation in the transport system? We have all the products, and we have the technologies, but we don't seem to be connecting the dots. So what I want to say is, if you want to implement these ITS systems, you have to ask yourself, how are you going to reach the values of consumers and change what consumers actually want, i.e. the societal preferences? This is going to be key to bringing in new innovation, particularly using ITS, because it's going to require a change in the behavior of the people using the system. So I'll leave you to think about that. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to take them at this stage.
Дуже дякую, Аднан, за чудову.
Thank you very much indeed for this wonderful presentation.
Якщо не буде зараз питань, я поки не бачу.
Unless there are questions now, I don't see any hands. I don't see anything on the chat. I still invite you to the discussion panel, which takes place 17:15 Kiev time. If you are available, please connect. There will probably be questions because the topic is very important. What you have presented is our actually future that we cannot actually bypass. Therefore, this is very interesting. I can see just one comment where people thank for your presentation. Now we move to the next presentation. This is my presentation. This is a presentation about a continuation of this topic. If you can see it on the screen.
Мені не дуже зрозуміло, чи видно.
Поки ні.
Ні, не видно.
Ні, не видно? Так. Зараз. Так, видно, да? Да, дякую. Все, дякую. Це доповідь присвячена
This is a presentation which is about intellectual transport systems, continuation of this topic, and yet it's more concentrated, it's more focused. This is in particular about information security on physical level for communications which take place between intellectual transport systems. I would like to briefly discuss that intellectual transport systems have a number of applications. And we have heard from Abdurrahman the nice review. One of the most powerful and promising applications or the directions of the development of the ITS is a connected vehicle, which is connected, can be connected to other vehicles, the infrastructure, the cloud, and so on. We all know that in SAE there are 6 levels. First level with no automation, 6th level of automation of driving. Accordingly, 4th and 5th is the sphere of the smart car, 5th is full automation, and it cannot take place with no connection of the vehicle to the ITS. Also, there is another one, another drawing.
Бажано на весь екран.
If you could make full screen.
Дрібно, да? Угу.
Because currently it's too small to read.
Так, на весь екран, да? Да.
Is it okay now? Yes. So, in line with that classification, we can observe that the 4th, 5th levels are the levels which imply the full connection, full connectivity of the vehicle to the ITS.
Відповідним чином,
Accordingly, on this slide, we can see the assessments of the growing number of fully autonomous vehicles of the 4th, 5th levels, and the predictions by years. Exponential growth and also other estimates
Тобто йде потужна...
I took what is available is in a powerful manner from 2021. There is a growth of the number of connected vehicles with maximum levels of autonomy. The question is why. I would like to say that this powerful start began 2021. What took place in my introduction I mentioned?
Тобто це приблизно рік 20-й, коли...
It's approximately 1 year when the mass using of technologies of fifth generation took place, 5G, and by 2030 we will have 6G. So this 5G allows us to utilize these functions. 5G technology is the only so far. There's also 6G available that can actually get the car connected with the autonomy of 4th and 5th level. The previous iterations do not allow to do that. On this graph, you can actually see what it means. These are the recommendation of ITU, International Traffic Administration, what services in this context 5G technology can provide. So here, the expanded one is 6G. One of the services that this technology 5G has to add is reliable a connection with a small delay. There are a few people that would just take a nap in the car without knowing for sure that they are not going in the right direction. Accordingly, 5G gives this opportunity, and this is the technology and service that is designated for such applications. I will show it later. It's as low as 4 milliseconds, but also we have the task of getting it down to 1 millisecond, and also in the future there will be 0.5 seconds. The reliability of data is very important with this small delay. Accordingly, why do we need it? On this graph, you can actually see even for 6G with a small delay, but we also have this for 5G as well. The applications that help to interact brain with the computer, health protection. I actually took this graph somewhere else. Industry 5.0, etc. Intellectual transport systems are within the framework of this technology, and this very technology allows us to use these crucial functions for autonomy of driving. There is also a question about the requirements. One of the requirements is safety. However, in order to provide safety through safety of driving a car, cyber safety with a delay less than 4 or even 1 millisecond, there has to be one problem solved, a technological one. We need to encrypt this, and depending on what kind of is it codec? Is it? We need time for this, but we don't have this time. So this function has to be executed without encrypting. Very briefly, we can see the technologies shown here, and that can be executed in such a way.
Віктор Михайлович, щиро перепрошую, але у вас не рухаються слайди, не перемикаються.
The slides are not moving.
Зовсім не перемикають? Ні? Так.
Зараз 4-й.
And now we are on slide 4. That's weird. Let me go back.
Зараз рухаються?
Can we see that now?
Зараз вже 5.
Ага,
It's fifth now.
дивно.
Зараз переключився, але не рухаються слайди.
Мгм.
Це не 5-й.
It's not fifth, actually.
9-й.
От я думаю, що
Ninth.
потрібно було мені не збільшувати, все було добре.
I shouldn't
Е,
have expanded it.
Так вони рухаються?
Okay, let's check it this way then.
Так, рухаються.
Так
Yes,
рухаються, да?
Yes, they are moving like this.
Тоді
Так,
рухаються.
рухаються.
Тоді я повернусь до
So let me go back
четвертого.
to slide number 4. Then we'll go back to number 5. And it's about the increase of autonomously connected cars. And it all happens because of 5G technology. And there is a threshold of 6G technology. So this technology is 5 and 6 generation allow us to have a smart car on autonomicity of driving. I also showed here that 5G technology in this triangle, what it allows us to do, and the most important here is actually to give hyper-reliable connectivity with a small delay. So the requirements to this service is incredibly strict. On this page, we can actually see for 6G and the applications that are very important and the world is moving toward are shown here. Here we have intellectual transportation system, medicine, industry 5.0, cyber industry. And accordingly, without this technology, it's not possible. However, this technology has quite a big drawback on giving this service of small delay. Reliability is one thing, but how can we actually provide this delay of less than 1 millisecond? All the modern methods, applications that Adnan and Rahman already mentioned, they do not require very strict limitations on time of transfer, like less than 1 second. Only the ones that connected with cyber industry, medicine, telemedicine, they require very fast transfer of commands. They can be very short, like 100 bits or so, but they require this small delay. Encrypting does not fit here because it's all about time. And that's why, in order to avoid the essence of our original research is actually how to provide on the physical level without encrypting protection of information for 5G or the cars that are connected. This research is based on the concept of the output channel, wiretap channel, and this is the very channel of the perpetrator that tries to get the information, to oversee it, but the main channel is between the car and the application, the user. The essence of this concept is that the protection is based on the difference between the probability of the error of the main channel and the wiretap channel. So here we have to assess this win and to provide enough time for this technology of the reliable connection with a small delay of 5G and 6G for intellectual systems for connected car, and on the other hand, provide protection of the information with the assessed levels. In this case,
Я пропущу тоді всю математичну
I
частину, тобто
will skip here the mathematical part. It is based on the theory of information, model. In this very model, we reach
певного рівня безпеки,
certain level of safety to transfer the block code that equals to certain value. This very value allows us to provide
надійну передачу інформації.
Very reliable information. What we mean information, the protection of the information. This concept, wiretap channel, appeared in 1975, and Weiner was its author, and it is called it's a cryptographic one as well, but very often they ask where the key is. There is no key. Here we speak about the quality of channels. Then this research was done, and as a result of this research, we received such estimations. Let me show that to you due to lack of time.
Тобто мова йде про що? Мова йде
Here
про те, що
we speak about the following. The connected cars which are within the base station, informationally on the level of indefinite aspect or information that the perpetrator gets, have to actually get the safety requirements. This allows us to build effective transport system together with cyber systems, with industry that becomes too far for the perpetrator. We made the estimation here on Hamming 3126 by how much it allows us to decrease the distance for the perpetrator. The results show us that if it is used as a base station with the phase ionic grid, we have the win, depending on the petals of on the lateral or the main, from 2.7 to 3.3 times. These estimations are shown here. What does it allow us? It allows us, in principle, to build. It is one of the mainstreams today on our path to provide 5G and 6G safety while providing such services. Thank you for your attention. Due to some technical issues, if you have some questions, I'm ready to answer them now or during the discussion panel.
питань не бачу.
And there are no questions. So, dear colleagues, we are moving on. The next
особливості застосування систем та
is
мереж
peculiarities of using internet and things. Petrenko, Vladyslava, I see that she was not very far from here. I would like to also mention that in most of her research, and what I also said just now, it shows the connected car vehicle is one of the most important things as far as development of the internet is concerned, especially if we speak about the car connected. I see that Vladyslava already demonstrates it. Hello, dear colleagues.
Так,
Can you
видно.
see it now?
Добре. Сьогодні я хочу представити свою доповідь на
Today I
тему
would like to speak about this lecture, features of the application of IoT systems and networks for intelligent transport systems.
у директиві Європейського парламенту та Ради.
According to the Directive of European Parliament and Council 2010-40 from July 7, 2010 about the deployment of intellectual transportation systems and in the sphere of automobile transportation and interface, we need to say that it is used within the infrastructure of automobile transportation and also in using and mobilities and interface with other types of transportation. That also connects telecommunication, electronics, information technologies, and transportation techniques for planning, designing, etc. International standard ISO 21-17-2020 intelligent transport system station communication accreditation gives the example of communication of the telecommunication architecture so as to maintain this work, and we have some separate service systems, and we will need to have united technologies with the productivity and efficiency. Here we can also speak about some aspects, safety, the delay, etc. The MOZ, that is machine-oriented communication. It's when we do not need the interference of a person during the communication. We have the ultimate user and we have the gadget itself. So this gadget can be divided into the executive gadget, the sensor, and they can also be used through local network. The gadget can also have wired or wireless systems of communication. We also can have a lot of different ways of access to this for many ways of these types of mobility. We can have different mobility gadgets. For stationary ones, it's when there is no mobility. When we speak about the medical gadgets that are used on the patient, it can be said as limited mobility. For gadgets that can be in the territory, it can be limited mobility as well. And here about the authentication and authorization, but we need to say that the ultimate users, in order to get access to the MOC and data, be done according to the set levels of safety. It is also needed that they actually support a mechanism of authentication authorization that can be connected to the network directly. If we speak about the applications of MOC, the level has to be very high due to the confidentiality of the data. We have to say that these applications cannot actually provide the integrity and confidentiality of data during the exchange, and mechanisms of encrypting of data for additional support yet to have this limited possibilities.
Підтримка пристроїв МОЗ із обмеженими можливостями. На малюнку показано типову...
On this picture, we can see about how to ride a car. Every vehicle has some sensors, and we have the data. We also speak about the speed that the data through the video camera goes through sensor and gets there as well. And we can use 4G and 5G when there is a normal situation. The sensor also makes this notification. If the vehicle takes away from this road, there is a notification about it. We also speak about the integration with internet services like intellectual applications with transportation data. Here we have the example of integration of MOC interface, the scenario on how it can be used, and the transportation of data that can be given real time through special networks, when we also can see the traffic in real time, and the notifications can be done through the subscribed service for the user. It can be updated. The user can actually get it, and during their work home, the user can also see about the congestion of the roads. It improves the infrastructure, safety, and environmental issues. The continuous data exchange is done between the users, and it also allows us to have better safety. And thank you for your thank you, Vladyslava. I hope that on the discussion panel, when there are some questions, they will be asked. I would like to comment on this a little bit, because on the previous lecture, I said that the encrypting is not actually real to use, but you actually said that encrypting is possible here. Let me explain. Everything I heard here, it's about everything but autonomicity of driving. What we mean, all the services that 5G or 6G provides as the main technologies, they can be used. There's a vehicle. There are some sensors, cameras that do not actually need the service of reliable connection with a small delay. So if there is a question, I actually wanted to answer it right away. Thank you. So stop sharing the screen. Thank you again. And we have another lecture, and
Це в тому числі як стосується підключеного автомобіля для інклюдації.
that's application of layer protocols in IoT networks and for intelligent transport systems. Nataliia Didkovska. Hello, dear colleagues. Here you have the lecture application of layer protocols in IoT networks for intelligent transport systems. With the development of modern technologies and urbanization, a very important element of transport resilience and facilities is done. Internet of Things introduction is very important. That allows us to unite and connect all different gadgets. The example of this system is a connected automobile. Let's speak about the architecture of IoT connected automobiles. We have different layers here. Each of them plays their role on getting, processing, and storing data. We have device sensor layer, network layer, middleware layer, and application layer. The application layer depends on how effective the data transfer between the gadgets are and showing that to the users in good formats. And that's why we need good protocols for reliable connection and exchange of data. Let us start with MQTT protocol. That's an open standard protocol of exchange of messages realized by OASIS and recommended by international organizations on standardization. It is developed as a very light way to exchange messages on a brokerage-based machine-to-machine. It is good for connecting the machines with low profile and low transfer data. MQTT is used in smart traffic lights system. Broker protocol allows to connect with the central server, and as a result, this information is used for analyzing the traffic, getting the traffic jams and work of the traffic lights. So this protocol is also used on where the buses and trams are in the real time for safety and convenience of passengers. It allows to monitor the public transportation and inform the passengers. This protocol is also used to transfer the data between the charging station and the car. It is used in Tesla network system, Tesla charging supercharger. DDS service is a protocol of internet middleware and standard API on communication. It allows us to work on the low transfer of data. DDS allows to use the use of this technology without middleware and high availability of the problems. The system on helping the driver, like a Volkswagen system, uses laser range finders to facilitate the driver. It tracks the eyes of the driver to determine fatigue and to help to have the vehicle in its lane. The next one, the protocol core app, constrained application protocol. It's a light protocol for using with gadgets with energy efficiency, and it is used on the client-server protocol. It's used in mobile applications and social networks. allows to modulate and monitor resources and also support the
Як приклад, у Норвегії, де погодні умови значно впливають на безпеку руху, була розроблена система попереджень, яка інтегрує метеорологічні дані.
In Norway, with bad weather conditions, they developed the warning system. Information is transmitted in real time about the status of the road, and a prediction is created. The road meteorological stations is installed in the key areas of the motorways, which detects the status of the motorway. The data is sent to central dispatching system. With that system, the messages are delivered quickly to the system, even in the rural areas with unstable network. In the dangerous areas, automatically the road signs are activated, warning of slippery road, and the information is provided about to the drivers about the need to deaccelerate. The next one is AMQP, Advanced Message Queuing Protocol. The protocol about for the exchange of messages is an open protocol for a reliable and secure exchange of messages. It has several areas to provide for delivery of messages, storage of messages, and repeated transmission. IMQP supports authentication, encryption with SSL, ETL for protection of data, transmission between client and server. It's the modern systems of intellectual transport, IMQP, like NQ, are important for data exchange. They provide for queuing and distribution of data. The sensors of traffic and as well as video surveillance systems, which is sent to the cloud platforms for further processing. The process of processing on the cloud generates information which is quickly transmitted to the road infrastructure, like controllers of traffic lights. Based on the real data, they can adjust traffic lights to improve the traffic flows, so giving priorities for the optimal priorities to emergency vehicles. In LA, Singapore, the systems was provided with MQTT protocol for traffic optimization. The next HTTP protocol. This is a protocol of transmission of hypertext. This is the basis for internet, and this is used for uploading web pages with hypertext links. It is intended to transmit data between the network devices.
Моделі осі і працює поверх інших рівнів стека TCP/IP.
Different levels of the stack. Typical flow through HTTP includes that the client machine makes request to the server, which then sends a message in response. In Singapore, to manage urban transport, leading systems are applied, including pre-linked information system.
Світлофорів в залежності від інтенсивності руху. Всі світлофори в місті контролюються цією системою.
Which optimizes the traffic lights. All traffic lights are regulated by the system. At the peak hours, the system defines on which itineraries there is high traffic to regulate traffic lights to reduce congestions and to provide for an uninterruptible flow of transport. If the intensity reduces, the signals can also automatically change to avoid the delays.
Протокол рівня застосунків в мережах інтернету речей є важливим елементом, що забезпечує.
Therefore, the protocol for Internet of Things is important for integration of devices, data transfer, and creating useful services within the ITC, Intellectual Transport Systems, ITS. They make connections between the user and other components of the infrastructure, creating the basis for functioning of such systems. The research demonstrates that the right application, the right selection of protocol is of key importance to provide for reliability, scalability, and productivity, which in turn improves productivity of transport vehicles, reduction of congestions, reduction of CO2 emissions, and creating safer conditions for road traffic. Thank you for your attention.
Дякую, Наталія Андріївна.
Thank you very much indeed, Natalia.
Питання, якщо будуть, прошу.
The questions, if you have any, could you please visit the discussion panel at 17:15? I believe there will be questions, and you can answer them.
Стосуються Що стосується наступної доповіді,
As far as the next presentation is concerned, the presentation of testing of penetration into the network of connected car by Mr. Gorytski, Oleksandr. Please upload the presentation. I would like to say a few words during the uploading.
якраз тестування на
This matter, testing for penetration into the network, this is countering cyber attacks of the connected vehicles. This is countering cyber attacks, the first massive
можливість застосування
possibility of application of remote 1,000 kilometers was demonstrated in 2016.
після цієї кібератаки, яка була демонстраційною, коли
After that
дистанційно
demo cyber attack went remotely, they spray on the glass, then put on the air conditioner.
білі хакери,
Those were white hackers who have controlled the vehicle remotely. When this was all demonstrated, then on the parking space, they started the engine of the vehicle. After that demonstration of penetration, the United Nations
дуже потужна
became
за
very serious for the regulation, to the regulation of this matter, and we shall hear it from the next presentations. Alexander, I can see your presentation. Could you please start? Good morning. The topic of my report is testing for penetration into the network of the connected vehicle.
Так. Сучасний розвиток
Modern
інформаційного
development of information communication technology and implementation of smart systems
і створив нові можливості для
deeply
комфорту,
changed the understanding of transport, created new opportunities for comfort, road safety, and integration of vehicles with network infrastructures. Connected vehicles becomes the integral part of the smart environment, and yet at the same time they face substantial challenges, among which this is high risk of cyber attacks. Vulnerability of the vehicle systems may lead to serious consequences, starting from unauthorized access, leakage of confidential data, and also disruptions in the operation of critically important functions. This is a threat for the users and also can create the real risks to life and health of people. First of all, we need to decide on the regulatory framework. First of all, what is a standard? And this is a document which defines the procedure, by the procedure or the guidelines in order to ensure security, reliability, and conformity of products published by national and international official agencies of standardization. The main standards of cybersecurity and vehicle is ISO 21434. This is the international standard which requires requirements to cybersecurity of the vehicle systems, including development, implementation, and support of security measures on every stage of the life cycle of the vehicle.
Є це UNIC ВП-29. Це
Another
регламент
regulation, UN ECE WP-29. This is regulation of the UN which compels vehicle manufacturers to implement cybersecurity on the vehicles, including protection from remote attacks and safe data transfer, and also the standard ISO 26262. This is a standard of security of functional systems in vehicles, which includes requirements to security of the car electronic and software components, hardware and software components. The key threats for connected cars is unauthorized access to the vehicle systems, interception and manipulation of data, attacks on wireless connections, hazardous software, also vulnerabilities in CAN bus in the networks of the vehicle, also attacks via external services and updates of the software. The main components of the communications of the vehicle is CAN bus. This is a control area network, which is a protocol for communication between the components of the vehicle, which provides for data transfer in the real time, and yet it has a limited security level. V2X communication, this is communication between the transport vehicles and the external system between two vehicles or the infrastructure or the cloud services. Also, the vehicles have sensors. They collect data about the surroundings. Those could be LiDAR cameras, and they transmit it into the data into the system for analysis, and the cloud services that provide for processing, storage, and updating of renewal of data for the vehicle. The stage of testing for the penetration, first of all, development of the planning, defining the objectives of testing, familiarization with the system of the vehicle, development of the strategy of testing, followed by data gathering about the vehicle, which will include its configuration, software, as well as physical architecture, followed by the analysis, defining vulnerabilities to identify the weaknesses, and also further receiving of data and exploitation of such vulnerabilities in order to confirm the impact on the system and further confirming its impact. Theoretical parts, this is the basis. We need to review the OBD2 port. It's on the figure 1. This is a port which was presented by American company of American Society of Automotive Engineers in 1996. This is an important element of modern vehicles. With the help of it,
можна зробити
one can make diagnostics of the vehicle.
Цей порт був розроблений саме для регулювання.
This port was developed to regulate emissions of hazardous substances into the atmosphere up to the requirements of the Environmental Protection Agency. It must be equipped in every vehicle. On the second figure, you can see the electronic block of control connected to a CAN bus. This is the bus protocol, which is maintained. It's high-speed protocol. It transmits all the network traffic to the entire bus. In the modern vehicles, CAN bus is connected to OBD2, and it takes the entire traffic to the external side of the interface. On the picture 3, there is ELM module 327. It is equipped with a Bluetooth card to connect to computer or telephone. With the help of it, one can monitor and diagnose the vehicle. It makes it possible also to collect data, to present all that in the real time, and to find the mistake on the vehicle. If the intruder obtains physical access to CAN tire, to CAN bus, he may interfere with data transmission. On the figure 4, there is a device. With the help of it, one can falsify the data, forge the data. The attack of this type makes it possible to change data in one segment of the bus, imitating data from another area of the bus by imitation. This may compromise data and may lead to the loss of control over the vehicle and also may cause a traffic accident. The general conclusion, risk assessment and improvement of the system of cybersecurity of vehicles is a complicated process which covers quite many processes. All that must be taken into account by technical specialists for organizational complexes because the connected vehicles turn into the global information networks. There are new challenges for the security. And therefore, it's necessary to ensure cooperation between the manufacturers, researchers of security, as well as IT specialists, and the regulator. Also, we need to create legislative and political changes because they are decisive for the safe environment and efficient legal framework, which must include security standards, take into account the technology progress and the context of cyber threats.
Все. Дякую вам за увагу.
Дякую.
That's it. Thank you for attention. Thank you very much indeed.
Доповіді не побачив, тому
I don't see any questions. Therefore, I invite you also to the discussion panel that you can answer the questions. This is an important topic of today. I believe that there can be questions. Thank you very much indeed. The next presentation, research of the methods of reduction of energy consumption on wireless sensor networks of the Internet of Things. Please get prepared. I will say a few words. Mr. Yaroslav Khudoba, Mr. Rahman has nicely discussed the huge number of devices. On the first part of the conference, there was a report from the Academy of Science of Ukraine about the smart sensors for the road payments and so on. Of course, such sensors, which must be a powerful component of intellectual transport systems, must consume very little energy, because this is a matter of their overall efficiency. If you're ready, please start. Mr. Yaroslav, the topic of my presentation is research of the methods of energy consumption. So in wireless networks, so the IoT, this topic is important for the car industry, because implementation of wireless IoT networks creates new opportunities to improve safety, efficiency, and environmental friendliness of transport systems. Such systems make it possible to create intellectual road infrastructure to ensure interaction between the vehicles, pedestrians, and the environment. The sensor networks of IoT help to collect and process data in real time, which makes it possible to optimize traffic, reduce congestions, and reduce the time of the travel. It can also provide information to drivers about dangerous areas of the road, weather conditions, or emergency situations. The use of energy-efficient methods in such networks make it possible to extend the time of operation of the sensors and reduce the cost of maintenance of the system. Therefore, the IoT system in the automotive sector makes it possible to improve the efficiency of roads and vehicles. This helps to improve quality of life, improve safety, and reduce impact on the environment. Consumption of energy at the level of power, at the level of sensor, from the point of functionality, it is spent on the scanning and communications. Reduction of consumption of power can be achieved in any of such functions. First of all, the working load of the sensors connected to IoT has a peak type intensity. Therefore, some pieces must turn into energy conservation mode, and functionality and quality of services must be maintained. Some transfers, like switching off to sleep, may cost more energy rather than other modes, like more active modes. Asleep and active again. It's necessary to find a compromise between energy conservation as well as active status. Assessing the quality of the technology, it's important to take into account the reliability. The parameters depend on signal modulation and throughput capacity of the channel. IoT operates in the licensed range, which reduces the risk of interferences and guarantees the quality of service. With high capacity of the signal and the ability of repetitions, it is also active in difficult conditions. ICFox is using GSM range, which increases the risk of interferences with high traffic. On the gateways, the quality of transmission deteriorates and possibility of the loss of messages increased. 11 millibots is the limit, and the number of repetitions is regulated by legislation. Analysis for energy consumption of NB IoT is important to select the right technology. This is a comparison of the technology LPWN depending on the cycle. 4 different scenarios was reviewed to compare energy consumption and efficiency of NB IoT technology LPWAN. This is grounded on the frequency of transmission, quality of transmission, as a requirement of speed for transmission of data. In the first scenario, they have assessed energy consumption depending on the speed of data transfer. LPWAN are most effective due to adaptation of parameters of transmission, which reduces power consumption and saves energy over a durable period of sleep. In the second scenario, transmission of files was compared, and BIOT demonstrated best results with high throughput capacity, which makes it possible to process high volumes of data with minimal loss.
Передбачав порівняння енергоспоживання різних технологій LPWAN.
The next scenario is energy consumption of NB-IoT, LoRaWAN, with moderate speed. LoRaWAN is the most efficient technology for such scenario due to the ability to adapt the parameters of transmission for the particular conditions. And in the last scenario, I have compared the energy consumption of the technology of NB1 with transmission of data just once a day, which is typical for the applications when transmission takes place for the monitoring of the environment or for the remote sensors. Sigfox demonstrated the best result in that scenario. This is caused by the ability to work with very small volumes of data and low energy consumption due to its ultra-narrow band architecture, which optimizes time and duration of transmission. It makes it capacity of transmission. It allows to minimize the energy consumption when transferring data once a day. In this table, we have collected all data about energy consumption by the technologies of NB-IoT. We can define which technology is best in different scenarios of data transfer. The smart roads is innovative transport infrastructure, which includes modern IoT technology to provide for safety and comfort of traffic participants. Those systems are based on wireless sensor networks, which make it possible to monitor the status of motorways, to transmit information between the vehicles and the road objects, and also to manage transport vehicles in the real time. The technology LoRaWAN, which was analyzed, ensures connection between sensors installed on road infrastructure and transport vehicles. Each of them has advantages depending on the scenario of use. LoRaWAN is optimal for remote areas of motorways with hard pavement. NIOT provides for good conditions in the urban areas with high density of devices. Sigfox is a key solution for transferring small amounts of data for big distance, which is suitable for the networks with small throughput capacity. Integration of such networks made it possible to collect data about the status of road pavement, the weather conditions, which ensures effective traffic management and reduces the number of accidents. With effective IoT, the conditions are created for development of environmentally friendly and convenient transport of the future. Research has confirmed that optimization of energy consumption is a key factor for the durable autonomous operation of wireless sensor networks IoT, especially in the context of vehicle industry and smart roads. Analysis of existing technologies like LoRaWAN, NB-IoT, and Sigfox demonstrated that the choice of optimal technology depends on the conditions of application, frequency of data transfer, and requirements of the system. LoRaWAN was best for monitoring of road pavement and managing of the illumination due to energy conservation functions. It's ideal for applications with regular data transfer to control the intensity of traffic. LoRaWAN is preferable for energy consumption upon transmission by 27.5% compared to Sigfox 25% compared to NB-IoT. NB-IoT is most efficient for the tasks that require transfer of large volumes of data, like in the systems of video surveillance on crossings or during the emergency response. Also, it exceeded LoRaWAN 62%, Sigfox by 98%. Sigfox is a leader for energy efficiency for the scenarios of a low-speed data transfer, like monitoring of remote areas of the roads, status of the bridges, or climatic conditions. Also, it provides for minimal energy consumption, which makes it ideal choice for the system with autonomous power supply. In the scenario of data transfer, the forks exceeded LoRaWAN by 15% and BOT by 76%. The results of the study demonstrate that integration of the energy-efficient BSM and BIoT into transfer infrastructure provides for efficient operation, improves the security, the sensors connected to IoT into transport infrastructure, creates conditions for innovative solutions like smart roads, automated systems of navigation, and transport networks with small energy consumption. That's it. Thank you for attention.
Дякую. Дякую. Дуже цікаво.
Thank you very much. This is very interesting.
Впровадження
From the perspective of implementation of intellectual traffic systems in Ukraine during recovery, this is very promising and important.
Панель
I also
дискусійну.
invite to the panel discussion that people can ask questions if they have any. The next presentation is disrupted due to problems with communications from Mr. Sumko because he is located far away remotely. Yet, if he can connect, we can give him the floor. And yet, according to the organizing committee, he cannot connect. And the next presentation is research of the methods of analysis and diagnostics in the system of connected cars, like IoT. Tetyana Ivanova, who has connected, and we are waiting for your report.
Сьогодні я хочу поділитися.
Good morning. I would like to share the results of the study of methods of analysis of threats in the systems of connected vehicles, like the Internet of Things. Here we mean connected cars as a system of such transport vehicles with sensors, communication with Internet and other devices, which makes it possible to exchange data in real time. The role of IoT is connectivity, automation, and smart control to improve security, efficiency, and convenience. The importance of this topic is growing cyber threats, which create a risk for data of the user, as well as physical security of the passengers. As for the general trends, growing demand for connected cars, here you can see the analytics of the main trends, how the demand is increasing by this request. There is a growing scope of data, the number of connected vehicles, and accordingly there are new opportunities for cyber attacks. Such a growth will accelerate every day. Therefore, the topic of security, of safety and security of connected devices is quite important today. Generally, if we can see, if you look into the trends, we can see it on the map, the trend of the attacks which take place worldwide. Such services as digital attack map demonstrates in the real time the geography of distributed attacks like DDoS attacks, quite frightening pictures of the DDoS attacks, access deny attacks throughout the globe. Growing demand on the devices of IoT, as well as fast development of those, increases the complexity and quantity of such cyber attacks, and accordingly the threats for all connected devices. The connected vehicles are the example of the device which connects both physical equipment as well as software, as well as the network they are connected to. We review the main components like sensors for data gathering, networks for data transfer, software to manage systems. As for the examples of application, those could be autonomous control, telematics, a warning about the threats in the real time. Currently, there are quite many free online services which are both helpful and also create new threats at the same time. Such technologies, IoT, one of the instruments is Shodan. By request, it can provide information about the devices which conform with that request. This is the generally available search engine. It is built to detect devices and servers connected to internet. Such a service scans the networks regularly using different protocols, including HTTP, HTTPS, FTP, SSH, and it collects banners of servers, the text responses that the servers transmit, or devices they transmit when connected. This is sent to the database and analyzed. You can see tentatively how it works. There is information about IP address as the resource.
Версії програмного забезпечення,
And the versions of the software that is used by the devices, the servers, it's quite full of information, so as the wrongdoer can get access to the device. If there is a possibility to find quite full information about the device, accordingly, it's quite easy to get into these devices and break into them. Unfortunately, as of now, most of IoT devices are left without protection. If we don't speak about the newest models, but we take the first generations, then we have at the moment of outdated software. There's a risk of it. If we look into the short-term analytics, we still can see devices that still work on Windows 98, Windows 2000. Unfortunately, they do not have any corrections on safety. And unfortunately, still there are so many users that use gadgets with the default passwords without changing it, and still there are parts of threats here. The level of it is very high, and accordingly these gaps enable the possibility to having cyber attacks. Some cyber attacks types there were also done on Tesla vehicles. First, it was phishing. There was a case when a wrongdoer on a Tesla station wanted to get into the authorization panel. He made this his own system of Wi-Fi connection. The user actually wanted was sure that Tesla gives this, and there is a lot of trust of it. Then the user put in the login and the password there, so it was enough to actually get into the Tesla dashboard, and it was possible to turn on, turn off this vehicle. He actually added his electronic key, and he was easy to work at it. Tesla also had the attacks on distributed attack like DDoS. It was overloading on servers that was impossible for the user to use his car, and accordingly he also controlled the sensors of the car, or even disabled the connection with this device. Unfortunately, these attacks are quite popular because they don't require very high level of qualification, because even now you can have some ready applications, and you can find something as GitHub and actually have it realized for your needs. About the regulatory base on the questions on cybersecurity of Ukraine, Ukraine. You have a list of laws in Ukraine that actually develop this and maintain the strategy on the safety of cybersecurity. We have here SBU, special communication about systematicity. The main thing here is the law about the main provision on cybersecurity of Ukraine. It is the basic regulatory act, and that actually was used to reform the system of cybersecurity in Ukraine. In general, all these legislation define the strategy of cybersecurity, but unfortunately we still have some gaps that have to be updated and finished in order to close the legal field about the strategy of cybersecurity. About methods of analysis of threats, there are a lot of different models and standards. We can classify them basically by the quality and quantity ones. The most famous one, the quality ones, ISO 27000, and the quantity ones like calculators like NIST that you can see here. They enable us to understand quickly on the calculator to see where the gaps in security are, and together with the other standards to get the clear picture on the condition of the system of security in your system. Concerning the standards themselves, we have the comparative table here about the pluses and minuses, and we also have to take into account how big the organization is, the budget that can be allocated to this, and functionality, what you actually want to get from this approach. Concerning approaches to provide security, first of all, as it was already said, it's encrypting, then authentication, multi-factor authentication, and also updating of the software. The main moment on addressing issues, preventing the attacks, is automatization on determination. So the sniffers, these programs help us to intercept, analysis and monitoring of the traffic. There could also be some solutions that are ready to make or customized ones. There is an interesting solution is integration with IP service. It can be any of you. So here you can see my own application. It's a sniff that analyzes whether there are IP addresses, whether they are in the blacklist on NIST, and it helps the specialists to react fast. It can be automatically put into your own blacklist of the organization, or accordingly, as the specialist monitors the traffic, we can trust or not trust to this resource. As an conclusion here, we need to optimum architecture of safety and security of the IoT devices, the monitoring of every connected device has to be done, and also to warn about any access from outside. That's it from me. Thank you. Thank you. Tetyana, you're also invited to the discussion panel. Maybe there will be some questions, so please, if you can, get there. And now we are getting to the next lecture, and here it is
інтелектуальних транспортних систем.
Intelligent transport systems. And in general, it is about information communication technologies, about the standards that we have into practical implementation of intelligent transport system, for building them, designing them. So it's a quite fundamental standard that we have to start designing of all these systems. Sviatoslav Zaichko is going to speak about it. I can see him, please. Hello, everyone. I prepared the topic, information and communication technologies and operation technologies of intelligent transport systems based on EU regulations and standards, namely ISO 21-17 from 2020. So here is a short plan that we are going to work on, and let's start with the overview of ITCs. ITCs, these are the programs that are improved so as to provide innovative services and to control the traffic. They do not allow, they allow other users to be more coordinated, be more informed, and to use transport networks better. ITC ITS also connects the different devices in order to control the systems better. The progress on the system of other systems has to be reflected in the sector of automobile sector, namely on the better integration between automobiles and other means of transportation. The main functional tasks here is to warn about the road traffic collisions, monitoring the condition of the infrastructure to timely address the issues, and also to address traffic jams. There are different technical solutions to this. IoT is used for this. AI is used to have and analyze big data and integration of cloud calculations in order to process and store the data. Standardization while implementation of ITC. Standardization is the key factor while implementing ITC because it provides the compatibility of the system and controls its work. ISO from 2020 is the foundation for this. It explains and describes the ITS session architecture. We have the RTSS architecture, transportation station, which is installed on the transportation vehicles, on the traffic road stations, the infrastructure on using the traffic mobile station that's used by pedestrians, centralized systems for processing and storing information, communication system, vehicle to everything, V, vehicle to vehicle, V2E, vehicle to infrastructure, and V2P, vehicle to pedestrian. Protocols that we use, IPv6 to address and exchange. We also use TLS and SSS protocols to secure them. On this slide, we can see the architecture of our T-station. On the next one, we can see the comparative characteristics of ISO 20-17 of 2020 and 2014. Implementation of information and communication technologies and operational technologies into the real system of ITS. we use the interface systems. We have the modules without wire interfaces, communication technologies that we use. DCRC system is used for fast exchange of information between the vehicles. Technologies of 5G provide fast transfer of data and minimum delay. From analytical technologies, we use AI and cloud platforms for big data processing. Operational technologies like intellectual traffic lights, they change their mode of work depending on the intensity of traffic. Automatic toll system like vignettes or RFID. Advantages on using the standards, namely our standard 21 to 17 modular aspect due to standardized architecture, interoperability, safety and security due to using the safety protocols, lowering the expenses, improving collaboration. Obstacles that we have while using the standard, we have to use the outdated infrastructure. It's difficult to integrate with the old systems, high costs of the technology and training the personnel, legal and organizational aspects. Conclusion. Standard ISO 21217 provides fundamental basis on building the modern safety and security systems. Implementation of it allows us to develop the systems, taking into account urbanization and the development of the system. When we use ITS further, we can also forecast the traffic further, use the green traffic that decreases the negative environment. That's it. Thank you. I can only add here the problems that evolve now. The first intellectual transport system that meets all the standards in the world was built in 2005 during a renovation of the road from Kiev to Boryspil. All the elements of this to the standard adherence at that time were used for the architecture and transport system. Now the standards are being changed. The volume of the services that allows the intellectual transport system is incredibly growing like an explosion. And we can say that this built intellectual transportation system that is only in Ukraine is already outdated and does not meet the standard. But modernization of it is possible, and it can be quite fast, because the most difficult and expensive elements such as fiber optic way of transfer communication equipment is still there, but we actually have to get the architecture of it closer to the standard. Thank you for our mutual work. There are some changes here because some of the lecturers won't be able to speak. The next one is auditing on certificates of Ukraine, and that's Tsviliі, Olena. Dear colleagues, have a cybersecurity certification scheme for road transport in Ukraine. Automobile security now is quite important for all the manufacturers of vehicles in Ukraine. Right now, in order to get the efficiency, we united. At the same time, we have risks for the attacks and to the components that can be get. Especially, we speak about the braking system and steering wheels. It can be very dangerous for those who drive, and it can be also lethal. The potential on these is growing exponentially, especially if we speak about steering and braking. Also, we have autonomous transportation devices, but however, if we speak about this focus on it, it might also be dangerous. The UN, due to the threats to cybersecurity of the vehicles in 2020, on 23rd of June, had the new proposal of a new regulation of the UN about cybersecurity and system of controlling cybersecurity. And then in January, it was already next year, they became obligatory for the new automobiles, namely 155 ECE, unified about the cybersecurity, and Rule 156 unified about the system of steering and riding of the cars. According to the rules, the countries members have to approve all these rules. The forms were provided in order to confirm all of them, and the technical services have to be named that will be using according to the conditions. Accordingly, the stakeholders will have to take into account all the safety and security issues due to the lifetime of the vehicle. Accordingly, systematic risk managed approach was used and controlling managing risks with vehicles was also used to prevent cyber attacks. Implementation of these practices means that the unified approach has to be used in all the country members to have the standard. 156 rule is used for the vehicles, for the categories that allow the updating of the software. The software that for safety and security is possible for the previous years. Now we have increased campaign, and we have to have the individual information about configuration for this. Thus, during the lifetime of the car, is very important to provide updating of the security software. The software basis has to be understood on the value channel, and it is done by the standard ISO 24089/2023 road vehicle software update engineering. So it's about safety and cyber security, installing and implementing the processes of auditing and overall awareness about cybersecurity. On the slide, we see the overview of the standard. It's about implementation of the organizational level, on the engineering level as well, updating of the software, and also we have defining the functions of the infrastructure to maintain the processes and packages, updating for the infrastructure, and preparing the campaign of updating the software, having the infrastructure preparation, and in August of 2021, the cybersecurity engineering standard was used. It is called Road Vehicle Cybersecurity Engineering. It foresees recommendations about implementation of the work of cybersecurity. Here we have the overview of the standard, namely Chapter 4 on the information character. It has the text and the prospects on the vehicles used in the standard, and chapters from 5 to 15 has the requirements and permits, working products. What will the result of the cybersecurity will be that require the work with the requirements. In the addendum A to the standard, you can find all this. The systems of cybersecurity is described in standard 21.434. In order to understand or do internal or external auditing, we can use 5112 on auditing of cybersecurity. This document is designated for the organizations that work with the safety and security of the vehicle supply and auditing of different kinds. It's addition to the another standard on system of the standard 5112 gives the standard on the overall value chain, giving the proofs on using this cybersecurity. Since there were different interpretations of 21.434 standards, and the safety and security is very important, and networks, the chains is very important. The European manufacturers proposed the improvements as maintain and support the possibility for them to supply the parts and the part. These audits and the exchange of experience can use DKS group that was found in 1985 as the first authority of certification in Germany, and now is one of the leading auditing and certification. DKS is accredited by the DIN, and in Ukraine it is also accredited as the DKS certificate. The prerequisite here is about cybersecurity engineering and cybersecurity. According to the ISO SAE 2012, cybersecurity requirements, it's the overall system of management that takes into account business risks, and we have support and monitoring, evaluation, having the integrity of the information and management of risks, certified system of the information system. It's actually the guarantee that the system provides the level of security for the organization. It decreases the that and the organization gets losses. For certification, the system of cybersecurity in Ukraine, the certification authority has to be accredited by the national authority according to 18,001 and 21,036. The standard of TI-6 was developed, the catalog of information security for the European manufacturers of automobiles. ISO 18,001 was done for the producers of components, and right now, according to these standards, being the second most popular after ISO 18001 and version TI-660 was published as version 2.2 starting from June last year. Thus, the automobile industry became important with the UN rules 155 and 56. Unified regulations were confirmed on safety and security, and unified regulations on confirming the vehicles about updating software and using the updated systems. Accordingly, 155 of 156 was completed in July 2022, 2024. Accordingly, they have to be implemented right away, the standards, the year 21, 34. For Ukraine, now that cybersecurity is very important to approve the authority that will testify, confirm about this.
За проведення випробувань для затвердження типу в Україні. Оціночні стандарти систем управління
Defining the technical service to approve the type in Ukraine. Approval as a standard in Ukraine requires certification board is to be created and the accreditation in the relevant field. Thank you for attention.
Дякую, Олена Ісанна, за доповідь.
Thank you, Olena, for this report. As I understand, this report is the pre-last stage to our manufacturers of vehicles who from July of 2024 must conform with such standard. Also rules and also accordingly those rules are implemented via the standards as you have reported. Thank you. I believe that we need to do a lot in this direction. And yet we shall make the start, and we have made it. This is followed by my presentation. This is about the matter of digital transformation of the sector. I would like to remind you that I made this report in 2022.
Тільки починали цієї теми торкатись. Ще не було навіть окремої
When we just began to discuss this topic with no separate session, and today there is a totally different situation. We review the matter of how shall we implement the requirements of the regulation of UN 156, 155 for our industry, particular standards of building intellectual transport systems, ITS. In my presentation, however, I would like to focus on, this is the plan of the presentation about the automotive industry and 5 main most important aspects that define the development of this direction worldwide and accordingly in Ukraine.
Інформаційно-комунікаційних
As far as information communication factors are concerned, today in the previous presentations we have discussed extensively that intellectual transport systems, connectivity of vehicles, and yet, and also the growth, powerful growth in that field. And yet, there is a question of the qualitative characteristics and also quantitative characteristics. Just a few facts that nowadays 40% of the budget for production of the vehicle nowadays is spent for the software.
Там далі я ще графік покажу.
This is followed by the diagram. The second fact, according to Volkswagen, 10% of the entire software is developed in-house of VW Group, and 90% is provided by external vendors who also cooperate. 60% of time spent for repair after collision with a transport vehicle after the traffic accident
витрачається сьогодні
is
на
spent to the IT, information technology of that transport vehicle. And another fact that out of 15 million vehicles as of 2022 that were called back due to the defects of electronic components, 50% was connected to the defects of their software. And the internal traffic inside each modern vehicle is 25 gigabytes of data per hour. It means that the modern transport vehicle is a very powerful.
А я хочу спитати, видно, да?
Can you see it well?
Видно, да? Що це, по суті, є зосередження...
That actually, this is a concentration of software and the equipment which supports the operation of such software. Another fact, back in 2017, 40% of the value of the new vehicle was due to electronic systems. Before 2030, that amount will approximate to 50%. We remember the story of 2021 when the chips, the microchips, have not been available due to the pandemic. There was a problem of microchips, and the entire automotive industry reduced the scope by dozens of %. This was quite problematic for the automotive sector. It depends on the dependence. The software, I will not discuss it. Also, the repair is the same. I would like to reiterate, repair of the vehicles these days, more than 60% is actually the repair of its electronics. And regretfully, we don't do anything in this field. This is a diagram of dependence of the cost of electronic systems of the vehicle of the middle class from 1970 to 2030. For the year 2030, it is planned that this will be 50%. And finally, the percentage of called back vehicles due to the defect of electronic components. In 2019, it was 50%. And nowadays, the situation is also growing. As far as ICT is concerned, as a second powerful sign for the modern development of this sector, contemporary development. I demonstrated this diagram. I would like to say once again that just the fifth and sixth generations of the mobile communications makes it possible for to make the modern vehicle really connected. I mean, connectivity and implementation of autonomous functions of the fourth and fifth level. That process is substantial. It requires no evidence. About the digital chassis, it's more interesting. The point is that starting from January 2022, as this took place in 2023, 2024, and in January of this year, once a year there is an exhibition in Las Vegas, the SAS exhibition. Since 2022, for the first time, they have presented the digital chassis, Snapdragon digital chassis produced by Qualcomm from the United States. And the point is As I discussed before, that the producer just develops 10% of the software with his own capacity. Everything else is outsourced. Nowadays, the question is different. The leading companies of the world develop digital chassis of the vehicle, and the producers, having it taken as a basis, are adding what is called hardware. And this trend became quite powerful. I would like to remind you that Qualcomm, Snapdragon are the microchips in all modern smartphones and so on. This is quite a powerful company, and they have developed. This was followed by Sony, Japan. They also developed, and Samsung. Nowadays, as far as I know, there are three types of digital chassis: Samsung, Qualcomm, Sony, which begin on this basis to create vehicles. And last year, for the first time, Sony, along with Honda, have produced a vehicle using its own digital chassis, and Honda has also added its own technology, the engine, load bearing structures, and so on. Worldwide, there is an incline that nowadays also the Chinese companies begin to produce telecommunication IT direction. They start Chinese telecoms start to produce their own vehicles, and the number of such vehicles is growing, and in the future we shall see the trend in quite a powerful development. However, the basis for it is digital chassis. Here, I will not move forward. The same for Honda and Renault. They also procured the chassis. On this diagram, we demonstrate capitalization of Qualcomm, the first digital chassis, and all main producers of the vehicles. This is comparable to Toyota, and everything else is much cheaper in terms of capitalization compared to Qualcomm. Qualcomm is quite a powerful company. They manufacture all the wireless equipment that we are using in Ukraine, and they are capable to do such steps. As far as the second component is concerned, this is the second component. The autonomy of driving. The autonomy of driving. The autonomy of driving develops quite rapidly, and there are strange explanations provided. Why is the EU, Japan, United States, there is exponential growth in the autonomous vehicles for the city. Of course, the fifth level automation is hard to achieve beyond the city. Only Tesla is doing that, and one of the Japanese companies. Yet for the urban environment, it becomes quite common, quite widely applicable. And one of the reasons which is quoted, this is aging of the population. As a result, as a matter of safety of traffic, with aging of the population, the producers are trying to transfer to the software, AI, everything which is present in the modern intellectual transport systems. I have demonstrated this picture. This is the first vehicle globally with no steering wheel. It was demonstrated back in 2018 on Geneva exhibition. This is the fifth level of autonomous driving, of the autonomy of driving. This Volkswagen ID Vision is manufactured, and since 2030, they are planning manufactured since 2023, and they believe that by 2030 it will fully correspond to the class of driving, autonomy class number 5. No driver, there is steering wheel and no driver, and here even there is no steering wheel in that vehicle. The next direction is automotive cybersecurity. As for the cybersecurity, it was discussed a lot. I will not spend more of your time. I just would like to say, I would like to demonstrate the diagram that since 2019, when they began to develop UN rules, 155, 156, this was discussed by Olena about implementation. This is about the manufacturers. And those rules in June 2024 for the EU, the implementation has completed. And there is a question to our manufacturers what they will do next in accordance with such rules if the transport vehicle has at least one electronic block. Such rules must be implemented, which is followed by certifications and so on, because it was the previous presentation. In the previous presentation, the next direction is about digital top management in the automotive sector. I will refer to the expressions of the top managers of the main top producers. For example, head of the Volkswagen Herbert Diess 3 years ago said that the software will be 90% of the future innovations in the vehicles. They believe that mainly
інновацій вони будуть забезпечені за рахунок програмного
in the vehicles,
забезпечення.
90% of innovations will come from the software. Accordingly, there is a question of replacement. Rules 156 tells that we need to do something urgent with replacement of software and its improvement, like we do it on smartphones and computers. When it is replaced, that we don't lose the security. And as a derivative of that security, the cybersecurity. And accordingly, the rules have been formulated. There are more also hard statements. Manfred Broj, who tells that the offices of the leaders of automotive sector are full of people of yesterday, and yet they keep being responsible. He means that
основних виробників, так сказати, він не розуміється на
the modern
питання.
management of the vehicle manufacturers have a very little understanding, if at all, of the matters of IT, which is a substantial threat to the competitive advantages for such manufacturers.
Там є ще більш, так сказати, жорсткі вимоги.
Also, there are even harder statements, and they also say that the only automotive architecture, which was aimed, first of all, on the software and IT, and everything else was different, was actually Tesla. And actually, for Tesla of Elon Musk and his team, they have applied the policy of this way, and therefore today they have such incredible wealth, and they have incredible rate of conquering the market, and everybody else followed them. This is Tesla in this context.
Голова відділу досліджень Audi AG.
Head of the R&D of Audi AG, Peter Mertens, who says, this is about management, the top management. There must be the way to screen the managers who are not suitable. Please assess all of the top managers of VW, Audi, Porsche, BMW, and Daimler, and suggest them to write a small game or a light virus which works. If they cannot do it, please dismiss them, because they are not suitable for this work. This is very hard statement, very hard approach from the part of the relevant owners and developers of the well-known companies, who say that nowadays it's necessary to have digital transformation of the sector. It's also urgent. Thank you for your attention. I hope that what I have discussed was interesting, and for the discussion panel, I can also explain it.
Зрозуміло.
Yet it
Дякую.
looks that this is all understandable. Then we move forward.
І я прошу
I would like to
до
request,
виступу.
I
Так,
would like to
Оселедько Павло
invite
Петрович, він не може
Mr.
виступити.
Oselechko
І
cannot
далі
speak.
у нас місце системи
Place in
GNSS
the system of GNSS, international system of system of development infrastructure for commercial automotive transport. Who will report? Who will present?
Так, будь ласка, Роман, вам слово.
Roman, you have the floor.
Шановна спільнота, хочу
Dear
представити вашу
community, I would like to present my work, the status and prospects of the use of navigation systems as a national system of development of infrastructure for commercial automotive transport.
Що не переключається. Видно мої слайди, так?
Видно один.
Один.
Ну, перший слайд видно.
Так. Не розумію. Є. Я хотів зазначити, в чому полягає актуальність
I would
теми,
like to
тому що
discuss the importance of this topic. The market of commercial automotive transportation has no real strategy of development.
на даний момент цей
And
сектор не може
currently, this sector cannot predict its activities for the future. We don't have the institutions or organizations or controlling authority which could predict nowadays the situation in the automotive freight or passenger transportation. And nowadays, we integrate, and we have the program of integration with European Union,
будемо інтегровуватися в цю
and we shall
систему.
integrate with that system. However, the status of automotive transportation is on the primitive level. I will start by saying, what is the GNSS system? This is a system which defines the location of the item on Earth, which includes GPS from the United States, Galileo from the EU, Beidou from China, and even I would not like to name another operator which is also in this market. And also out of such system, the most well represented in the real sector of economy is GPS monitoring of transport. And the purpose of this research is to study the place of GPS transport monitoring in the possible strategy of development of transport infrastructure of Ukraine. For that purpose, we shall study the system of GPS monitoring of transport in the field of commercial transportation, and also in order to apply it for the development of infrastructure. The status of GPS monitoring of transport, I believe that you are aware, and yet I would like to say on some to discuss some its basic capabilities, and also to discuss more complicated ones, and also to demonstrate in reality how it operates in the real sector of the economy and which problems do we face. The GPS monitoring of transport is a system of defining the location of the vehicle with transfer of data via internet with GPS channel to the user. I would like to focus your attention that the users are the employees of transport companies or the companies that have a fleet of transport in their use, and along with transmission of geographical data from a GPS monitoring device of the vehicle, the user is capable to additionally receive much more information. Much more information at this point. I will discuss it later. What it can be, including fuel and temperature and speed of the motion, what is on the odometer. For the example, I can quote that the data can be transmitted both to the user and also the data about location of the vehicle or any other data with permission of the owner of the system can be transmitted to their third parties.
В комерційному секторі, так і в
In the
державному
commercial sector, also in the government sector of state regulation, government regulation, and other sectors. In the commercial sector, the simplest example is transfer of data of the place of location of the vehicle for their transport companies. One transport company for example, provided to several other transport companies certain tasks that have to be fulfilled, certain commercial loads. And that transport forwarding company has its own software where they can stockpile the data about location of the vehicles of different companies. In its own software, they don't have to need to have additional access or to call every company separately, individually, in order to find out where are the vehicles or whether they have arrived. Such vehicles have arrived at the place of departure or uploading or unloading. All that can be traced by the system. This option helps strongly to reduce the number of human labor to carry out a particular transportation task. With that simple example, I would like to move to a more complex example of how in the EU nowadays on the GPS monitoring system of transport they implement the system of payment of toll for and other systems. We know of the systems of prevention of accidents or emergency call systems if there are any emergencies and so on. Also focusing just on the commercial segment, I would like to note that nowadays our transport companies that provide for international transportation, not also from our country, also from other countries, currently I discuss the local companies, they have to pay. There is a procedure, they have to pay for the roads in the European Union as they are involved in the international transportation with European Union. Nowadays, in the EU countries, along with the Directive 2004/52 EU, EC, there is electronic system for payment of tolls, ETC. Within that directive, they implemented two pilot projects. The first pilot project was the project in Hungary, which has operated for 11 years. It's now on the screen. This is a website of the system of payment for roads in Hungary, where our road transport companies, the carriers, are getting registered via that system. They pay with the help of GPS monitoring of transport, or they also call it boxes. With the help of the boxes, those boxes are also devices for toll payment based on GPS. They pay for the roads in Hungary. Hungary has introduced that project 11 years ago. This is followed by the project 2 years ago in Poland. 11 years ago, when our automotive carriers have faced that system did not operate well in Hungary. Actually, and yet there have been quite many problems for our carriers and quite many fines they faced. Maybe nowadays people have heard from the community about certain problems in the NPD system from the Polish side for our carriers. Over time, we shall review that matter as well. First, I would like to discuss the system of payment for roads in Poland, that we had quite many problems, and there have been fines, and the fines are quite high. At that time, it was 600 euro, and if you have one vehicle leaving Hungary on the border, it was checked, and it could receive 1 or 2, and sometimes, very rarely, also more fines. One had to pay 600 or 1,200 euro. This could happen due to the system, Hungarian system, because it was presented with this website for the user. It is called a National Toll Payment Service. This has also emerged because the old system was not ideal, and also quite many reasons were from Ukrainian side. And first of all, the reason was that very few Ukrainian vehicles have been equipped with such GPS systems. which could integrate with that system.
Наступна проблема була те, що дуже
The next
низька
problem
якість
was that very low quality of gathering GPS coordinates with such devices. Due to poor quality devices and inability to use such devices by drivers, when there is GPS system installed to follow the transport vehicle,
то для мене якесь повідомлення про час.
it was a message for me, no, about the timing.
Дуже низька система збору GPS-координат.
Very low quality system of gathering GPS coordinates because quite many vehicles of Ukraine, the drivers have been used uncertified devices like FM modulators, frequency modulators, which interfere with gathering of GPS coordinates. And the most common problem was inability to use other equipment for toll payment due to lack of basic knowledge for their registration in the system of payment for motorways of Hungary. First of all, low qualities of command of foreign languages, including English, and when it is necessary to register the device which was purchased, it was very difficult to work with it. Also, Poland introduced a system of payment for e-toll system. It operates for slightly more than 2 years. Also based on GPS, they pay for roads in Poland.
Штрафи за несанкціоноване використання або неправильну оплату доріг, або за будь-які помилки, вони досить суттєві, і інколи вони можуть призвести до того, що наш автомобільний перевізник може припинити свою діяльність виключно за того, що були накладені такі штрафи. Тобто всі ці причини, які я назвав, вони призводять до того, що в нас дуже слабо використовується система GPS, і автотранспортні підприємства просто не мають достатніх знань та навичок роботи з цими системами. На основі системи e-toll в Польщі, яка по оплаті доріг, було впроваджено також система SEN та RMPD. Це декларування певних SEN – це система декларування певних чутливих товарів, тобто перевезення. Коли ви здійснюєте перевезення певних підакцизних товарів або небезпечних товарів, треба було декларувати і потрібно зараз декларувати в системі SEN. Ця система відслідковує місце знаходження транспортного засобу, який здійснює це перевезення. Штраф в такій системі на сьогоднішній день складає 12 тисяч злотих, це 120 тисяч гривень. І ось зараз навіть на цей момент дуже багато наших автотранспортних засобів знаходяться на польській стороні. І я переконаний, що десь теж у когось є питання, вони на кордоні з польської сторони, у них вимагають сплату цих штрафів. Дуже великий потік автомобільного транспорту пішов через Словакію, і зараз у нас переповнений пункт пропуску Ужгород в зв'язку з тим, що всі бояться виїжджати з Польщі, де перевіряють ось це декларування місця знаходження на основі системи GPS. До цієї системи вже приєднується Франція, Німеччина, як наступні країни, які запустять цю систему. Для наших як вантажних автомобільних перевезень, так і пасажирських це теж буде актуальним. Хотів також зазначити, ця картинка досить відома, що на основі GPS-системи у нас на сьогоднішній день працюють, у нас ще не поширено, але смарт-тахограф може надавати змінює для водіїв в тахографі країни перебування автоматично.
On the system automatically changing the time, and you don't have to do that immediately. Also, the system of the monitoring of the system about which are present in the country that I would like to say they are DAF, MAN, Scania, Mercedes, DEF, Volvo. There are other systems that are not presented in Ukraine. They are quite inconsiderable in order to have this issue considered. All these models have the GPS model with telemetry and the data about this same CAN bus, so as to see the mileage from the odometer, and also to see how to properly this vehicle is operated. For conclusions, I would like to say that in order to execute these opportunities, these technologies need to do the following. Taking into consideration these issues and expanding the list of these, we have to define the place of this transportation freight, and it has to be included into the national strategy of developing infrastructure of automobile transport. It can also be included into automobile system development. We can also have it for training during receiving certificates of professional competencies, as we understand as Code 95. Both with the drivers and the carriers, and to take into consideration within the national infrastructure deployment of the system of calling fast response systems, and preparing regulatory and legislation base and the infrastructure for automatized mobility. That's all from me. I'm ready to answer. And now you are invited to the discussion panel. I'm sure there will be the questions and you will be able to answer. Thank you, dear colleagues. So let's move on. And right now, before the break, we have the last lecture. Probably we'll even get to the next section as well. Artificial intelligence model in the cloud for solving material science problems. Who's going to report on this?
Так, я бачу.
Доповідає Kirsanov Олександр.
There will be Oleksandr Kirsanov. Please.
Доповідайте.
The floor is yours.
Зараз, секунду. Вітаю, колеги.
Dear colleagues,
Темою моєї доповіді є модель штучного інтелекту в хмарі для
my
розв'язання
topic is artificial intelligence model in the cloud for solving material science problems. The modern material science problems is connected with the works done. Amazon PageMaker was used for this preparing, and Pandas library for training and operation of the module. The working process of his globes was the task preparing the data, estimation of the data, deployment, and SageMaker, Amazon was used here. The set of data was received in the repository of California University, Irvine. We have the numeric information about the composition of wine and quality of wine. There was also the prognosis, the forecast, whether it is possible from the composition of the wine to forecast the quality and accordingly the price. Is the set of data for forecast on the quality, if we know the composition, can we actually teach and train the machine? One of the most popular libraries of data with its pandas, it is converts data into tables in lines and columns. During updating of the data frame structure is used. It was proposed as an analog to electronic table or SQL table with examples and attributes columns. Together with the data frames with the index threads of rows and rows of columns were used. During analyzing the problem, the right way of data were used. In most cases, the automatic way it was used during the uploading by pandas, and it allowed to work without changes afterwards. After getting it to the format easy to read, we used descriptive statistics to understand better. It provides valuable information, allowing to process data better and use it in machine learning future better. To obtain statistical values, method describe was used for distribution into the columns. For visualization of numeric volumes, the histogram was used for with the help of normality of just having asymmetry, which and also density graphs and boxes of diagram. It helped also to use the peak of distribution and to find the peculiarities of features, to analyze the connections between the values, helped between the variables, although the correlation without them due to dispersity was different. For example, for variables alcohol and sulfates, it was possible to determine positive connections that were not obvious by analyzing statistical connections, while we had the dispersion variable. We defined that sulfate, alcohol, and quality connection is about good quality, more than 5, and less than 5, as a diagram shows to us. Also, correlation matrix that is a useful instrument to choose the correlation between the numeric values, and the correlation can be from -1 to 1. Also, heat maps were used to analyze the problem. The highest value, 1, is shown with dark green, and the lowest dark brown. The color shows the direction, a positive or negative correlation. Metrics showed high correlation, a linear connection, alcohol, sulfate, and the quality of wine. And the necessity of data sieving was analyzed due to the exits. The most widespread way to find the exits was to use box diagram. Box diagram shows how far the data point from the average mean is on this change. Some algorithms don't work with the data format. The data for machine learning are in different formats depending on the chosen algorithm. For example, Amazon SageMaker algorithm supports CSV format for learning. Estimation of models that were trained allows to retrain. Retraining evolves when it is remembered very well, instead of learning the correlation between science and points. Method of retention was used. Testing, validation, and training data here. It was determined that the data that were in even sequence had some bias in models. It's very actual when the structural data are used. As a rule, randomizing of data is suggested to use. Many libraries showed use. XGBoost is an effective realization of algorithm of gradient boosting of the trees. It's a possibility to forecast the target change. The connection of resources for the training and deployment of machine learning was used. We had a folder and each file was uploaded to Amazon S3. After the model trained, there was the last point in the code with the help of Amazon SageMaker SDK. Since we foresaw two models, then this endpoint was used. After both models were adjusted, the first and the second, in order to make a decision which one fits better, both of them were analyzed with the matrix of diversity. The first indicator is sensitivity. It is FPR, TPR is selectivity. It's the part of truly selected negatives in order to find the productivity of the model. The forecasted values were compared to the actual one from the matrix. It was difficult to say for sure about the quality of wine. However, for the future, it shows the model on unbalanced classes to be used. The research used the matrix and the working characteristics on learning contributions for mean indicators. The area there shows like OVR1 against others, and it actually is used for each 6 classes of wine. The curve rock was used. Curve macro average was also built for this. Micro average rock curve demonstrates the AUC 0.89 against 0.80 for a micro average RC. All the curves for the second model were built together. Micro average of the class ROC showed 0.91 against 0.83 for a micro average.
Навчені моделі розгорнуті за допомогою
trained models were deployed with the help of AWS SageMaker in order to process the challenges of API with the programs and forecasting with the help of package making that was used in order to obtain characteristics of quality to have prognosis of the properties on the basis of its physical and chemical peculiarities. And the model AUC value 0.89 and 0.91 for the concept of micro average and 0.80, 0.83 for concept of macro average allowed to have the definite choice in favor of the second model. Thank you for your attention.
Дякую,
Thank you.
Олександр Олександрович, за доповідь. Шановні колеги,
Alexander. Dear colleagues,
доповіді
we completed
7-ї секції. У нас
lectures of the 7th section. We have had 13 lectures. Two of them will be transferred later. Maybe they will give materials later. Now it's 12:48, and we can start section 8. Section 8, the construction and manufacturing of motor vehicles. The first one, experimental research on the impact of nitrous oxide additive to the air charge on the engine performance in spark ignition engines under full load conditions. I understand that Mykola Hara is going to give a lecture on this. If possible, we can actually start. Can you hear me well? Yes. And we can see you too.
Всім доброго дня.
Hello,
Загально
everyone.
визнаним напрямом
The direction that in order to improve
є збагачення паливо-повітряної суміші. Робота двигуна на збагачення
impact of nitrous oxide additive to the air charge of engine performance in spark ignition engines under full load conditions is very important. That's why the method to improve energetical, environmental indicators, fuel saving ones. So one of the methods is using the oxide containing ones, like the ones that nitrous oxide additive can be used. They can be used in not only in sport vehicles, but also in serial ones. Usually, it is used for energy indicators, but very little is used on the environmental effect. So there was a research that together with the energy improvement, we also have the improvement on the environment and saving of the fuel. Today we will speak about experimental research. The research was done on the petrol engine on one made in Ukraine. And before the experiment, the characteristics were taken and it was compared the torque together with the characteristics from the manufacturer. We see that the torque and the gas consumption is not different much. It can be above the influx of the fuel. Practically speaking, one task can be solved. How nitrous oxide can help when we speak about the enriched to stoichiometric the air mixture. In every case, the Q cyclic is constant, but the stoichiometric ones is that the charge gets added with nitrous oxide, and it provided the engine with nitrous oxide with a stoichiometric mixture. One of the main actions is about fuel saving. We speak about the aggregate condition of it changes. That's why we defined this value by calculation using the experimental data. On the slide, you can see the results on measuring the consumption of air when nitrous oxide is added, and while using usual conditions for the engine. With nitrous oxide, we see that the fuel consumption is lower than petrol, and this is the difference actually that shows of nitrous oxide that is used.
Необхідний вміст закису азоту не залежить від
The
частоти.
contents of nitrous oxide doesn't depend on the torque. That's why the regulation for the nitrous oxide was used on average solutions, and with the full open throttle, we saw that it was over all the gears. Experimentally, the indicators were defined with the same consumption of fuel, and energy values was actually used by adding nitrous oxide. We can see that with introduction of nitrous oxide, the torque considerably increases with a stoichiometric mixture. At the same time, stoichiometric mixture works better with the analyzer. Dependency of the average efficient pressure was used, and average revolutions were used. The indicators were calculated with the help of the effective torque. Effective pressure was also calculated with stoichiometric mixture. We saw that it is much bigger with this enriched mixture. If we get from speaking about the detailed one, the revolution was 3,000, and getting from the enriched mixture to stoichiometric, the torque increases, and we have the same fuel consumption. Speaking about the volume of the air, we see that there is a dependency because nitrous oxide is substituted, and the mixture is decreased. Using this experimental dependence, we also calculated fuel consumption, and we see when getting to stoichiometric mixture, the red line, it brings to better fuel consumption and being more economic. We have the change of 22%, and at the same time, the energy indicators show them increased. This change can be explained by the increased indicators. For example, the indicator coefficient of useful action in order to confirm the lower fuel consumption and increased energy indicators. The specific effective fuel consumption was calculated and measured to compare. Accordingly, we have different pressures that were also used in further calculations. In this slide, we see that the calculated fuel consumption does not differ from the experimental. That also confirms the actuality of the results. Here we see that nitrous oxide and the concentration of oxygen before and after this neutralizer was used. Environmental impact is calculated by these particle in the exhaust gases. The concentrations were measured for the regulated ones according to that before neutralizer and after neutralizer. It is worth to see before and after neutralizer indicators with the change of the mixture. As we see, before neutralizer, in both cases, contents of oxygen is bigger. But after neutralizer, it is less. That testifies that it reacts within the neutralizer in order to decrease the impact of hazardous particles. The concentration. We can see here the CO concentration decreases after getting stoichiometric mixture while depleting. And accordingly, the concentration of CO2 is increased since we have combustion reaction. Concentration of CH effectively decreases in all the range. For NOx, it increases on these three indicators. The coefficient of efficiency was defined for comparison of this engine with the one with the conventional one. So the coefficient of efficiency of catalytic neutralizer was defined with the coefficient of neutralization. All in all, we can say that with nitrous oxide, without neutralizer, CO toxicity was used before the neutralizer. While using neutralizer, the improvement is done by 8.9 times. That's all from me. Thank you for your attention.
Дякую.
Thank you,
Микола Дмитрович, за доповідь.
Mikola, for your
При
lecture.
вашій змозі зустрінемося на дискусійній панелі.
If you can, we can meet each other at the panel. Dear colleagues, according to our agenda, we are having a 1-hour break until 1400, and the section 8 will continue. We will have the lecture, and we will speak about the low load conditions. We had full load conditions in this one, so please be on time, and we will start at 1400. Now we are having a lunch break or coffee break, and let's meet each other at 1400. Thank you.
Доброго дня, шановні пані і панове, учасники конференції. Я дуже радий вас.
Good afternoon, dear participants. I'm happy to welcome you on the continuation of our event. I have a good news. The news is that we are ahead of the schedule of the conference, and it means that all the next speakers will have a bonus up to 3 minutes instead of 10 to 12 minutes.
Останнього дня конференції на 2 дні. А сьогодні, після обіду,
about today conference, and today in the afternoon they will have 15 minutes. Of course, they can do it faster, and this is also encouraged. And yet, if they're interested to make a more well-grounded answer without being in a hurry, there is an opportunity to do so. Unless you object, I suggest that we give 5 minutes for the discussion, for the active discussion during the presentation.
Якщо буде все за таким регламентом, у нас залишається
And if we follow such agenda, we shall have 2 or 3 presentations before the designated time for those who has the willingness.
Учасників, яких заплановано на завтра, і хто має
Those
бажання.
who would like to speak, who were scheduled for tomorrow and yet would like to speak today. If someone is interested to do so, you can contact the organizing committee, the coordinator of the organizing committee, and we can decide on it. Now it is my pleasure to give the floor to Dmitro Trifonov.
Я прошу вибачення.
I apologize.
Це буде доповідач буде
The presenter will be Mr. Oleksandr Sirota. Alexander, please have the floor. I would like to welcome all the participants of the conference. My question is if you can see the presentation.
Так, отак видно, да? Так. Ну що ж, починаємо. На кафедрі двигуни і теплотехніка Національного
The Department of
транспортного
Engines and Thermal Technology of the National Transport University there is a study of thermal throttling about the efficiency of operation of engines with spark ignition in the mode of small workload.
Ні, ми не бачимо зміни слайдів. Ми бачимо лише перший слайд.
Оце, коли на весь екран, так іноді зависає. А так, помінявся?
Так, дякуємо, так бачимо.
О, добре. Значить, двигуни є основними енергетичними установками.
Engines are the main energy machines for the transport vehicles in the field of passenger and freight transportation. Gasoline cars remain to be the most popular in the automotive market of the European Union, and in the coming decades, it will not be possible to avoid the use of them in the transport vehicles, even having in mind the growing segment of the electric vehicles as well as hybrid vehicles.
Один із способів
One of the
мінімізації
ways of minimization of fuel consumption and reduction of mechanical and thermal losses, especially the losses for friction, as well as pump losses on the pump, is thermal throttling.
більшу частину часу
Most of time, the engines operate in the mode of idle operation and small workload, with actually closed
незначний вплив на індикаторні
control
показники
chokes.
двигуна.
And the pump losses have a very small impact. Yet in a partial load, the negative work, negative pumping, the area of mechanical or pumping losses is growing compared to the higher part of the indicator diagram. A specific consumption of fuel of the engine is higher, compared that working as a nominal capacity, which substantially affects both environmental indicators
Тому так і на
as
паливну
well as
економічність.
fuel economy, as well as therefore studying efficiency of the engine on partial workload is of significant importance.
Покращити ефективність двигуна
Improvement of the efficiency of the engine in the idleness mode and small workload mode is possible by application of thermal throttling when the function of the throttle is actually carried out by the device, which changes temperature of the air on the intake.
Зменшення температури
Reduction of temperature of air on the input manifold reduces the mass of air getting into cylinders, with which there is an increase of the angle of opening of the throttle and change towards more optimal value of the angle of the advance of the ignition. This affects the working process of the engine,
Основним елементом
improving its fuel economy characteristics. The main element is thermal-electric transformer, which consists of thermoelectric modules. The principle is based on Peltier effect.
модуль працює як тепловий насос.
It works like a heating pump.
І таким чином були проведені функціональні
And
випробування.
therefore, the functional testing was made of thermal throttling, comparison of the indicators of the engine was made in the lab of testing of engines. On the engine BBY of Volkswagen is the mode of small workload.
Підігрів повітря на впуску.
Heating of air on the intake was made with metal ceramic heater.
До рівня близько 50
up to the level of 50 centigrades.
Випробування проводили.
The testing was held at the frequency of rotation of 1.4 thousand revolutions and with a workload of 14 Newton meters of the torque, which corresponds to the conventional speed of the vehicle of 40 kilometers per hour.
Таким чином, результати
Therefore, the result of the testing demonstrates that when using thermal throttling, the angle of opening of throttle blade increases by 11.8 degrees. And with that, fuel economy improves 3.1%.
А також суттєво
зменшується. And also substantial reduction of emissions of the product of incomplete combustion, COCH, as well as emissions of CO2.
В подальшому заплановано проведення експериментальних досліджень.
In the future, experimental studies are planned in order to find the optimal limits of application of thermal throttling in other speed modes. Thank you for your attention. That's it. Thank you very much indeed. It's for the very interesting technology. Dear participants, do you have any questions to Oleksandr? Please make your question. Good afternoon. Can you hear me well? Thank you very much indeed. I have a simple question. Why on idleness operation there are more mechanical losses? With every engine with a lower frequency of rotation, the less is mechanical loss. That's the first question. And the second question is, it would be also good if you could quote what kind of engine is that, what is the system of regulation on it, what throttling blade, maybe mechanical or electrical, what is the, could you please characterize the engines, and your presentation will become more clear.
Дякую за запитання. В режимах холостого ходу
In the
дроссельна
idleness mode, the throttle blade is nearly closed. And this creates resistance for the air to come into cylinders. And this increases, to a large extent, increases the pumping losses. And this defines the size, the amount of mechanical or pumping losses. That's right.
Значить, ну, а двигун
And the
це
engine,
сучасний двигун
the modern engine is BBY 1.6, that's the volume
фірми Volkswagen.
of VW.
Це двигун з впорскуванням бензину і
This
зворотнім
is injection gasoline and the feedback with recirculation of exhaust gases, the system of recycling of exhaust gases. Therefore, this engine defines the spark angle and the angle of opening of the blade of throttle to define the composition of the blend, of the fuel blend. By heating up the air on the intake, we only influence the external factor of the operation of the engine. And the electronic system with the feedback chooses the optimal regime of its operation. And the ignition dwell angle, advanced angle. And this is how testing was done.
Будь ласка.
More questions?
Наскільки я вас зрозумів, у вас на
As I
двигуні, на
understand, on this engine, there is a throttle blade with mechanical drive. This is electronic. There are wires, or maybe no wires. If this is a modern engine, on this engine, there must be a system of idle operation. With such system, the throttle blade is fully closed. And on the idle operation, the air is submitted through additional system.
хочу вам просто нагадати,
I simply would like to remind
подивились, як що де знаходиться. Якщо у вас
that you have a look once again what is located where. If you had the feeding like carburetor or something, then the throttle blade, like you say, is not closed. It is semi-closed, almost closed. Yet my understanding is now good. As I know, in such feeding systems, there is no bypass channel of the idle operation. There is. Starting from Euro 2 on every engine, there is a bypass system. Otherwise it doesn't work. Please have a look once again. This is my proposal. Yet I like the idea. Generally, I just suggest that you research deeper.
Які ще є питання, шановні колеги?
More questions, please.
Немає бажаючих. Я тоді, з вашого дозволу, хотів би повернутися до
With your
7-го
permission,
слайду.
I would like to return to the slide number 7, the pre-last one,
З гістограмами.
with diagrams.
Це, будь ласка, да. Система дуже оригінальна, можливо,
The
щось
system is quite original. Maybe I missed something. What is the reason of that difference in reduction of fuel consumption and the content of CO2 in the exhaust gases?
Ну, я думаю, це невідповідність, ну, неточність
This is
параметрів заміру.
inaccuracy of the parameters of the measurement of the values. Therefore, it's an average value, averaged value.
Значить, там існує якийсь розбіг даних.
And there is some data difference. Maybe that's the reason. Because theoretically, the emissions of the main product of full combustion of fuel, like CO2, carbon dioxide is pro rata to fuel consumption if composition of fuel is unchanged, if nothing else happens. With your permission, I really like this report and this idea. I would like to give you the advice that you defend your copyright for this idea, because it's worthwhile to develop it further. So you need to defend your patent, have your patent for it. I give the floor to the next participant.
Так, наступна доповідь Ковальов Сергій Олександрович.
Next presentation by Mr. Kovalyov, a senior researcher of the State Research Institute of Road Transport.
Да, хвилиночку, одну хвилиночку. Видно, на моніторах присутня моя доповідь, да?
Бачимо, так, чудово, все бачимо.
Тоді я вас всіх вітаю всіх.
I would like to welcome all of you, all of the participants of the conference, both participants and speakers. I would like to make two presentations. The first one is development and research of gas engines converted on the basis of tractor, of the transportation diesel, and another one, diesel engine, and another report is results on the stand testing. Why it is done like this?
Ці дві роботи,
those two pieces of work are different. One team was developing the study and the design, and another team joined us for the test stand operation. Yet, to save time of the report, I will make both. I have merged both reports.
Хочу ще зауважити наступне. Наступне полягає в тому, що
I would like to focus on the following.
Внаслідок
as a result
обмеження часу
of the time constraints, I did not expect 25 minutes for the report. Simply, I will make the report on the general key points. Because this piece of work was quite big, starting 2017, this scientific work was preceded by two R&D works, and then it was followed by creating the gas engine. And therefore, over this short time, we could not imagine the scope of work, which it was not possible to present all the activities and all of the system of regulations that have been developed and underwent testing. Therefore, I focused on the main ones to have the general understanding of what was actually done and what was the advantage. Nowadays, I would like to say that the conversion of diesel engines into gas engines has two objectives. The first objective is to reduce the operational expenses of transport vehicles by application of cheaper fuel like LPG, liquefied petroleum gas, which 100% replaces diesel fuel. And two characteristics of it: in 2023, the average price in Ukraine of the liquefied petroleum gas 1 liter was 25 hryvnia, which is 50% of the price of diesel fuel. In 2024, however, the price for LPG has increased up to 29-30 hryvnia, and yet from diesel fuel, it was 57%. It's absolutely clear that this work is feasible. And another thing is that unlike the LNG, liquefied natural gas, the liquefied petroleum gas has an advantage. Unlike LNG, the LPG can be kept on board of the vehicle under small pressure. And the light automotive bottles are sufficient, and the energy density is close to gasoline or diesel fuel. There are two ways of conversion or re-equipment of diesel vehicles, including agricultural equipment, for working on liquefied petroleum gas.
Такий відомий спосіб – це переобладнання для роботи по
The first one
газодизельному.
is re-equipment on gas-diesel cycle. Another way is to re-equip through the cycle of working on a gas-diesel cycle on LNG, liquefied natural gas, yet on the work with liquefied gas,
Працював
CNG, on CNG, and with liquefied gas, there is for this engine to work with no detonation. Then the ignition dose of diesel fuel must be increased 45 to 60%, or to apply the so-called changeable dose of the ignition fuel. Another way is more complex, is re-equipment or conversion of diesel engines into gas engines with forced ignition. With that, it becomes single-fuel engines, and the replacement of diesel fuel is from now on 100%. Displacement of diesel fuel is 100%. In order to do the re-equipment, the model was chosen of the diesel engine for its conversion.
в якості моделі, на якої
As a model for which the conversion was made,
найпоширений в українській
we chose the most common agricultural diesel, D240 of Minsk tractor factory. This is the simplest diesel.
Складних додаткових підсистем.
With no complicated additional subsystems.
Дизелі. І чим він корисний? Тим, що
why it is useful on the basis of it, quite many other diesel engines have been manufactured with conformity from Euro 2 to Euro 5. It means that this experience of working with this diesel made it possible to expand, to roll out to other models of diesel engines. Actually, what happened?
Було придбано беушний дизель.
The used diesel engine was procured,
Цей дизель пройшов повний
which
капітальний.
underwent full capital renovation.
І зараз я остановлюсь, що було зроблено.
I will discuss what was done. I will get back to the characteristics of that diesel. This is atmospheric four-cylinder diesel engine, which has procedure 1342 of cylinders activation of the capacity of 59 kilowatt or 80 horsepower with frequency of rotation of 20 to 100 revolution per minute. In the process of preparation, of the diesel for conversion,
повний демонтаж.
the full dismantling takes place. If we took the full diesel as a basis, full dismantling of the entire system of feeding and injection of diesel fuel, as this vehicle also fuel tanks, pumps, and pipelines of low pressure and high pressure, filters, and so on.
А оскільки ми, і ще одне таке головне
another task
полягає в тому, що цей двигун має ступінь стиснення.
That the compression rate is 16. On the regular diesel engine,
як ви бачите,
as you can see, there are pistons.
завдяки з камери згорання ЦНІДі,
with combustion chamber, which has a volume and film blend generation. Such combustion chamber is not very suitable for combustion of the pure gas fuel. In order to
змінити ступінь стиснення,
change the compression rate, there are several ways. One of them is to increase the volume of the compression chamber.
ви бачите комплект, який ми тому в процесі
This is the kit.
капітального ремонту.
In the process of renovation, we bought 4 sets, 4 kits of pistons for the diesel engine 240. Those are the pistons on the picture. And there is the kit. In the process of capital renovation, capital repair, with the help of the kit for capital repair, we have developed, on the basis of such pistons, we have developed
3D модель
3D model of the diesel piston, and on the basis of it, we have developed the new shape of the combustion chamber. For the gas engine, you can see the 3D model, and you can see also the real piston
камерою згорання,
with a new combustion chamber.
Ступінь стиснення дизеля складає 9.
When installed, the compression rate of diesel is 9.5. Another thing which is about making changes to the design is
на місці демонтованих
that instead of the dismantled nozzles, there must be the sparkle plugs. We are adding this hole and also the thread in order to put the spark plugs.
Розроблення газового двигуна, перший
Development of the gas engine, the first engine which was developed on the basis of the conversion. This was the engine with feeding LPG to the input manifold. I discussed the dismantling, and now which systems have to be installed that the engine can operate. We must install the feeding system of the LPG into the input manifold. Also, installation of the electronic ignition system with a distributor, and also to equip the air feeding with the new system of filling of the cylinder.
Особливості і склад
What are the specificities and the composition of the feeding system and the feeding of the LPG to the input manifold? We have used the standard system 9 with gas air blender, manual regulator, and the standard elements of the system, the gas bottle with multi-valve electromagnetic remote valve.
Ще яка робота була проведена?
What other work was done? For the reason that from the engine we removed the fuel pump of high pressure with the gauge of frequency of revolutions, which limited the maximum frequency of revolutions. It was necessary with such equipment to limit the frequency of revolutions. For that purpose, we developed a special electronic block of control block. The picture of it in the assembled way you can observe, and next to it there is a picture of its electronic card. Constraining the frequency of revolutions take place as follows. In the electronic block, we set the maximum frequency of revolutions.
І в нього потрапляють сигнали.
And then the signal goes in there. I will show you later the ignition system, and I will tell you where the signals come from for ignition.
На підставі цього сигналу
On the basis of this signal, the They're calculated
частота обертання
frequency of revolutions for the engine, and the electronic block has the parameter in it.
Гістерезис.
Hysteresis.
Частоти обертання.
Hysteresis of the frequency revolutions. Besides the electronic block, you can see here it also influences opening and closing electromagnetic valves. The engine also had the setting of the ignition system. It is standard. It has the tumbler, the special the ignition plug made by Bosch, the coil for ignition, and electronic commutator. It was difficult to install this system for this purpose. We know that the tumbler's revolutions frequency had to be twice as low, and that's why it was set there, installed there on the place of the dismantled fuel pump. Inside the tumbler, there's also a signing disk with the Hall sensor that serves as a signal for electronic commutator. And this very signal we send to the electronic control block, and on the basis of this Hall signal, we calculate the current frequency of revolutions. The air feeding system was also installed with the throttle gate system and mixer. You can see here on this photo. In general, the overview of the gas engine installed in our lab stand looks like this. What does it provide for? What system of control? That's calculation of the frequency for revolutions, safe starting of the gas engine starts when the starter gets revolutions more than 200. The limit of maximum frequency of revolutions is done. Programming and reprogramming the set value of maximum frequency of revolutions. On this engine, we had the testing on the slide. Everyone knows our elements, our equipment that's standardly used for testing in engines. I'm not going to speak about that. We had the characteristics and specifications here. You will see only the characteristics about the speed and loading characteristics. The characteristics showed that the power of the engine of gas reaches 85 to 95% of the diesel. Nominal frequency is preserved. There is a bigger range for torque. And what conclusion can we make? The conclusion is, through these characteristics, on this engine, we did not reach any improvements of ecological values. It concerns the same, that this is a carburetor gas engine. The main aim was reached we confirmed the work of all the systems installed on the engine. And actually, this engine is quite a good means for conversion in case if there is no need to provide high ecological specifications. So we just need to get lower costs, for example, for tractors in agriculture. Next thing, after this, these testings, we went further. Some works or preparation were done to use, not to feed gas through the mixers, but actually injection by the nozzles directly to each cylinder. In order to control the system, it had to be complemented by the construction of the engine, by such an engine, as assigning disk. You can see it here on several photos. This disk was produced. This disk is called 60-2. The name is that we carve 60 rectangle spikes, and 2 spikes are cut. Actually, we have 58 spikes. The 2 missing spikes serve as a marker. You'll see how this disk was installed on the belt of the engine, and we had inductive magnetic sensor of angular state, how we can calculate the frequency of revolutions. And there was modernized the system of filling with the charge of a working mixture. That's exactly what I asked the previous speaker. The system had installed the idle revolutions regulator. The gate was completely closed. It is different when we have one other system. In this very system, the idle system gate is closed, and the number of how much air we get is regulated by the system of idle revolutions. And the system of injection was our wish to provide group injection. What is a group injection? Group injection is when electronic control block concurrently controls 2 nozzles. It sends signals for opening and sending gas to 1 and 3 and 4 and 2. For this very purpose, we made a more powerful electronic control block. Why so? Why only group injection? For group injection, it is enough to know only the value of the position of the axle and to show the frequency of revolutions. Here you also see the system and it works. The control block was work out for this, and here it has quite this controller and the board of the electronic control, the electronic control itself, and also the wires for it. Next to it, we also have the microprocessor system of injection. I here just list the elements that influence the calculation of the number of these of the fuel. On the left, we can see the signals from the sensors and elements that get into the electronic control block, and on the right we have the elements of the control system. The engine externally looks on this photograph like this, and in the same way as it is on the engine of feeding the fuel, we also calculate the frequency of revolutions. What is the difference? The difference is that calculation of the frequency RPMs is done by microprocessors based on two parameters. That's a sensor of angular position, through which it assigns the pressure, and secondly, as on the first simplest engine, on the basis of sense of Trembler. Why? It is just an insurance, so to say. When the installed sensor doesn't get into this kind of emergency mode of work, but can continue to work with a whole Trembler sensor. The next stage of our works to provide a sequence of injection by the electromagnetic nozzles. It is known that a group injection, as I had shown you before on the previous slides, in best can provide ecological norms, not more than Euro 2. In order to get better specifications on ecological norm, we need to have the consequent injection, where each nozzle is controlled by its own key or transistor, and sequence of injection is done according to the work of the cylinders. In order to do it on the new or second-hand engine that doesn't have the electronic systems reach the sequential injection, we need to know, as I already said, angular position, not only of the crankshaft, but also the distribution shaft. And to get the assigning disk to the distribution axle for the engines that are being operated is actually not possible. Then the solution was made. Since the Trembler has the same frequency of rotation as the crankshaft, the decision was made to put the marker not on the crankshaft, but inside the Trembler. 3D model was made on the assigning disk with one integrated constant magnet that was installed on the shaft that was inside the Trembler. You can see that based on the 3D model, on 3D printer, this disk was made and it was installed in Trembler. In order to receive the signal, we used miniature sensor of Hall. Inside the Trembler, we have such disks. We cannot see it from outside, but on the area of revolutions, Additionally, this whole sensor was installed and it allowed us to use the sequential injection. On these two slides, you can see what changed, which signals changed for the electronic block, and it controls the same elements. The outlook of the engine is shown of this photograph. However, I would like to say that, sorry if I am behind the time.
Я прошу вибачення, мені нагадують, що ви вже вдвічі перебрали час.
You are behind the time twice as much. Just several minutes and I will finish. It's impossible to use, as they say, to use gas and improves the ecological parameters of engine. It is an erroneous statement. In order to inject, we actually did not reach those ecological standards. Two systems were developed instead. There was one developed of injection with more powerful electronic block of distribution. It was working. Mass telemetric air usage was used, and selection was done on different ways of catalytic neutralizers. The first catalyzer was disassembled by us with the help of manual X-ray catalyzer. We realized that the basis of it was platinum. On the second was on the basis of palladium, and the third on the basis of rhodium. So we had this double catalyzer, the first one made from platinum, and the second was with rhodium. This engine was tested. Tests were done according to a 13-mode cycle, and that is done when the ecological norms Euro 2 are defined, and there was also 13-mode cycle done ESC for Euro 3 and Euro 4. The results you can see here. The results here you can see on the Euro 5 and EEV. That means that by all the parameters, we exceeded these parameters on Euro 5 and EEV. I'm not going to read the conclusions. Thank you for your attention. Sorry for dragging the time. Thank you, Sergey. So you united actually two speeches here. Actually, yes, I did it. So whatever I did for these years, I actually showed about 35% of it. Quite a big volume of experimental works has been done, research, characteristics, and the time just does not allow me to show everything. Why did I split these? There was a group of people that dealt with preparation, assembling, installation of the engine. That was one group. And by the way, I didn't write it. It is Patlatyuk, another guy who took part in it. And there was another group of people from the lab that took active part in testing. And I am very grateful to them and for this help and assistance, and we really appreciate that.
Так. Ви завершили доповідь, так, Сергій?
So you are finished with your speech. Yes, thank you for your attention. Thank you so much. I'm going to reveal secrets. We have Sikorsky, our compatriot, who had this idea of helicopters, and Sergei Kovalov is the one who actually wants to work with these gas engines. So you have unique opportunity to work with this person and to ask him everything. So let me finish the presentation just to see you all. Do you have questions, dear participants?
Романа, будь ласка.
I see. Ramada, please. What other makes of vehicles can be equipped with these engines? I can tell you the following. Thank you for the question, first of all. If you look at the produce
які виробляють дизельні двигуни
of the plants that produce diesel engines for vehicles internationally. These companies like MAN and others in their line have for sure the gas engines in the US, in Canada, in Vancouver City. There's a special plant specializing on producing gas engines based on the Cummins engines. That's an additional thing. By the way, in 2000 year, there was Beijing Olympics, and they provided 2,000 buses with gas engines. Thank you. What are other questions, dear participants? So, if you allow me, I would like to ask Sergei, from our humble experience, the Institute took part in some implementation work on getting the engines from other diesel to gas and getting them to Euro 5 standard. It was quite a problem because the composition of LPG regarding of the different time of year, propane and butane composition. So the question is, do you have any technologies about definition on the parameters of the work of engines, and then to adjust the angle of ignition and to solve this question, at least in order to reach standard Euro 5? They are not obligatory yet, but we speak about the serious work. Thank you, Alexei. Let me answer in the following way. When we just started this work and the engine was not on the testing stand, but when we put it on the testing stand first, we used to buy LPG on different gas stations where it was cheaper. And then I defined when the engine worked on one fuel today, and then we put another gas for that. The characteristics were different. In Ukraine, we have not only automobile gas, but for everyday use in houses. And very often, this gas that is for houses that does not have some special requirements for the contents on how much of propane or butane is in the mixture, but there can be anything there. As of today, the standard, there was another standard, the Russian standard, by the way, that is still used here, that is automobile fuel for liquefied gas, it is suspended, this standard already, and it's either the gas that comes here according to the European constituents. I don't know whether it is produced in Ukraine now. So personally, I do like this. I buy gas only together with the certificate for tests, certificate of origin and certificate of contents. Thank you. And then I know for sure what is inside of this gas, what contents of it. You can adjust it if there is a question. Yeah, programmatically, this possibility can be. I forgot to say that besides we elaborated some electronic blocks, we also had ideology that electronic block changes group injection to sequential injection only by programmatic method, but the block is the same. So basically, if we have the goal for it, then it is possible. Thank you so much. But in the end, we actually need to get this quality for the stations. Euro 5 is already there. When I buy fuel, it comes from either Poland or Romania. Thank you. Are there any more questions to Sergey?
Я дуже вдячний. Я хочу всім подякувати.
I'm grateful to everyone, and I would like to thank for such a delay. But actually, I wanted, but actually, you had two. And if we say each of them is 20 minutes, that means that you got very close to that. Yeah. Thank you so much. So, if you allow me, Valentina Kulishevska, please, the floor is yours now. Hello. Can you see the image? Everything's good.
Ми виконали роботу, яку сьогодні я
We performed the work that I already have today. It's life cycle of electric vehicle batteries, challenges and prospects. The work is done in NTU, Dnipro Polytechnic Institute. We tried to cover the biggest question concerning the batteries, because electric vehicles, they refer to green ecological transport, but some batteries, they influence that considerably. About actuality, I would like to start that starting from 2010, the number of electric vehicles has increased, and on the slide you can see that a big number of electric vehicles is sold in China, EU, and the US. As of today, the all-over number reached 40 million. If we see at the situation in our country, that means the number of electric vehicles has increased as well. But look at this slide. It's not only about the number of the electric vehicles, but average age. We have another problem, that a big number of electric vehicles that come to our country, they already have some operation time, and it can lead to the situation that increased number of electric vehicles that comes every year, and you can see here 2021, 2022, the number has increased. The exception is only March of 2022.
Кількість продажів збільшується. На цьому слайді ви
The trend
бачите
is that the sales is growing. So you can see the examples from different regions. We would like to demonstrate what are the brands of electric vehicles in the top 10 in September of 2024. According to the data provided by Marina Kitina, we have the prediction that the number of vehicles, electric vehicles, will increase. Therefore, we can say, first, with growing number of electric vehicles, there is growing number of batteries will have to be placed on the landfill. This cannot be permitted because this will be environmental disaster. Such a direction as a trend of development of automotive transport fits within the policy, global policy of decarbonization. Within the Paris Convention, our country has the following task. For example, for the road transport, before the year 2030, it's necessary to increase the share of electric vehicles up to 15%. We also quote examples of tasks for electric power generation, because electric vehicles are using electric power. Before 2030, it's also necessary that in the country at least 30% will be the energy from the renewable sources of electricity. Those are the tasks, and indeed it's a big problem. The big problem is electric battery. Our objective is to analyze the problems and the prospects of the use of electric batteries during the life cycle, and also the prospects and the capabilities to solve such a problem in the country in the post-war period. Nowadays, there is a large number of different types of batteries of electric vehicles. On this slide, there are a few of them, those which are used most often. And this slide also shows that there is lithium ferrum phosphate, lithium metal hybrid batteries. Mostly currently, they use lithium ion batteries. It's better to say that this is a family of the batteries which can have different composition of electrochemical elements. As electrodes, they can use different oxides of lithium and graphites. As electrolyte, they can use different solvents of lithium salts. Generally, today there is quite a number of companies, you can see some of them here, who produce such batteries, including Panasonic, Electrolux, Samsung, and others. With red, we have pointed with the arrow the solid-state batteries, solid body batteries, which are being researched these days, and they are now used. So the trend is the most technologies of manufacturing of electric batteries of electric vehicles are the stage of research and development. We made the attempt to look into the problem of electric batteries through the prism of the life cycle. The life cycle is the entire time from the idea and design and production and operation and completion of the life cycle by disposal. By disposal, I mean civilized processing of the electric battery which has been used. And we made a slide with the color. We tried to demonstrate that from the perspective of the life cycle, just at the stage of operation of the electric battery, we can treat it as environmentally friendly transport. At the stage of production of electric batteries or at the stage of disposal, there is a very negative load on the environment, a negative burden for the environment. Then there is a question, to what extent can we treat modern electric vehicles as green transport, and how we can reach the objective faced by a country that before the year 2060, our country must have fully environmentally friendly road transport. On this slide, we quote the example about the emissions of greenhouse gases.
зміни
This also
клімату.
within the climate change. This is the data of the International Energy Agency. By the example of electric vehicles, the emissions of greenhouse gases from the production, those are the components and materials. This is production, followed by the cycle of operation with blue color, the cycle of electric batteries, and yellow color is collection and disposal and recycling. Data for 2019, at the time people began to work on this problem, to our mind, is collection, disposal and recycling are important, because in each of those terms there are also problems for our country. First of all, collection. We don't have the modern system of collection of spent electric batteries. Also, the term of disposal, the technology of disposal and processing which exists today are not satisfactory from the point of efficiency, from the point of quality of products obtained after processing, and again, very negative impact on the environment, as well as recycling. With recycling, according to scientific literature, quite many works discusses recycling economy. It means that we need to approach electric vehicles and batteries in a systemic fashion, comprehensively, and build them into the modern recycling economy of Ukraine. On this slide, we have allocated the important problem which emerges as a stage of production. To the first place, we put the need to use a critical commodity. Also, an important matter is decarbonization of electricity, because the modern technology of production of batteries regretfully requires quite a lot of electricity. This is also true about modern materials, technology, improvement of the parameters of electric batteries, like durability, efficiency, capacity of battery, and reduction of production costs. As for the first question, depending on what kind of batteries are produced, it will be the need for different strategically important materials. We discussed that the first place belonged to lithium-ion battery. The last stage is lithium. The last line, lithium 44%. There was production from Australia, 34%, Chile, and 13% from Argentina. This is a situation in the world. In our country, there are fields of critical commodity like lithium, and here there is a problem. That nowadays they are not being developed. I will move to this slide. On one hand, the scientists say that there is a growing demand. For example, if to make a comparison of 2022 and 2023, to the left you can see the demand for lithium has increased 30%, cobalt 15%, nickel 30%. And the prediction for the year 2030 that the average growth of demand for critical commodities five times, for lithium 12 times. This trend will persist. To the right are the capabilities of what Ukraine can do for the development of our economy and for production of batteries. Today we have information that lithium in our country is 223,000 tons, and this is 0.4% of the entire lithium globally. If to look from the perspective of Europe, volume-wise, of that mineral, our country occupies third place. This is the stock we need to focus at, and we need to develop the technology and production of this commodity. This was followed by Shevchenkivsky, Polochivsky, Dobre, and Krutabalka field. And also there are problems here. What are the problems? Some part of such fields are now located in the uncontrolled territory, and development of the fields would require investment. that currently are not in place, are not available, and those fields are not being developed. And here there is also a positive change. For example, the company Lithium Production, Ukrainian Lithium Production, negotiates with investors, and it is planned that in the year 2025, they raise $700 million of the investment, and the work in this direction is going on.
Тут можна отримувати різні кінцеві.
Here we can receive different final products of the processing of lithium. I would like to focus the attention on the production of cathodes and anodes. This is what can we make today in our country, and in such a way
Покращувати економічну
to
ситуацію,
improve the economic situation
займатися питаннями виробництва акумуляторних батарей.
and improve the situation with production of batteries, priorities of development of during the war and post-war recovery of our country. This is creation of conditions for localization of production of electric vehicles in our territory. Also creating value added for processing of critical commodity, and also creating conditions for processing and recycling of spent electric batteries. Here we must say that this is a very important question which actually requires development and implementation of a comprehensive program which must become a priority
Наступне важливе
and
питання.
require government support. The next important question is why in our country quite a large number of electric vehicles
Тому що дуже висока ціна.
used ones because of high price, and the price is high due to high cost of the electric battery. Those are the first examples of the Nissan Leaf, 24,000. The total cost of production was $41,900. Nowadays, the situation is changing. The battery is changing, and there is a trend today from year to year, the reduction of the cost of the electric battery. Nowadays, the cost of the electric battery of modern electric vehicles can be from 40 to 50%. Anyway, this is quite a high number. The next factor,
Фактори, які впливають
are the
на
ones which affect the operation, the stages of operation. Here we can say that this stage is green when the battery of the electric vehicle are least polluting the environment. And yet there is a set of problems here which require a solution. For the transport to become green, we need to get involved with decarbonization of electricity. The second one is a problem of creating modern, efficient infrastructure, improvement of efficiency of the electric motors, change of parameters of electric batteries. For example, you probably all know that there are processes of aging and degradation, and also this is a standalone difficult question to which a lot of factors influence. And here we have added the problem of maintenance and repair of electric batteries, and also some emergency damage if the vehicle gets into the accident or if there is force majeure conditions. On this slide, I would like to show the example that Germany makes a prediction of how electric consumption will change, taking into account the electric vehicles. As you may see in terawatt hours, the prediction for 2030 that electric transport, electric vehicles will require in Germany about 9 terawatt hours. In 2050, the year 2050 is an important date because this is a date when Europe has to fully switch to environmental transport. According to their predictions, this will require 40 terawatt hours for the efficient operation of the electric vehicles. Also in our work, we did the study for different types of electric batteries, what are the advantages and disadvantages and problems who of the producers are using them,
економічний фактор.
and
Все ж
also
таки,
economic factor.
будь ласка, тут жовтим
Please have a
кольором,
look with yellow color. We
викиди
demonstrate emissions of CO2, take into account the full life cycle, and also the cost of use
Тобто,
of
все ж
electric
таки, ці
vehicles.
дані показують,
Anyways, this data shows that electric vehicles are promising in spite of a number of problems related to the electric batteries.
І щоб завершити от
In order
ті
to
питання,
complete the matters of operation, please focus your attention. There are the studies which demonstrate that during the operation, we marked in yellow 60% of problems
з втрати ємності акумуляторних батарей. А від
unrelated to
ємності
loss of capacity of electric battery. And that capacity affects the range and the speed of charging. This is an important characteristic.
Ну і останній етап
And
життєвого
the last
циклу
stage of the life cycle is the process of disposal. We have allocated 4 important problems. They are much more numerous, however, and again, decarbonization of electricity is needed. The modern technology of processing also require quite a lot of electricity.
Тут є проблеми розробки нових технологій,
There are
тому
problems
що
for development of new technology because those are complicated, those are complex, require a lot of time, a lot of resources, and also have a negative impact on the environment. And the last line is the use of batteries during the second period of operation. What do you mean? Because the batteries which have been in the operation can be used can still be used to create systems of power storage for the charging stations for electric vehicles and also micro network power systems. Those are the examples of the use of used electric batteries from electric vehicles. And the main groups of technologies which are now used for processing pure metallurgy, hydrometallurgy, and direct physical recycling.
завершити
I
свою
would like to
доповідь
complete my presentation with a positive note.
які є перспективи використання. Це покращення
What are the prospects of the use, improvement of the materials,
розробка і використання
development and use of solid body electrolytes,
хімічних складів,
alternative chemical compositions, optimization of technology,
температурою і оптимізація процесу.
optimization of methods of temperature control, optimization of recycling technology, implementation of new methods of temperature control. It's important
Тому що акумуляторні батареї, вони залежать від
because battery depends on temperature, and also this is a matter of safety, the safety of operation.
доповідь завершена.
Temperature control is important for that. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for attention. I'm ready for questions. Thank you very much indeed. Do you have any questions?
Так, Сергій Олександрович, будь ласка. У вас мікрофон вимкнений. Сергій Олександрович, мікрофон треба вмикнути.
О, чутно мене? Дякую. Доповідь мені дуже сподобалась. Великий аналіз.
It's a very good presentation. The great analysis was done. A lot of materials was analyzed. I have a question. I heard a lot of presentations about electric vehicles and electric batteries, the efficiency. Even in this presentation, the attention was paid to the life cycle. However, I never heard the analysis. It's not a question to you, this is a general one, a general question, analysis of production worldwide of electricity. How much from the coal on electric power plants, how much from fuel oil, how much from nuclear power plants, how much from hydropower plants.
Приймаємо, що електрична енергія,
We believe that electricity which is used for electric vehicles, is almost clean. And now, did you ever see the analysis of production of electricity, depending on how much contamination comes from particular types of electric power plants? Thank you for your question. We did such a study, and yet it was back in 2020, 2021. We did our best to have a look at this problem as well on our team. There is an electrician, and I would like to thank for your question. I believe that we shall be involved in this matter, that on the next conference, if this topic is interesting, we shall also make an update of the information, and we shall make the report. From the perspective of the environmental friendliness, there are different perspectives, and yet nuclear power plants are very important. If to speak about European Union, on the first place, we need to put France on this matter. In our country, also, there is high potential in this field, and we can also develop the economy in this direction. In our university, there was R&D, and this was done by electrotechnical department, and they were involved in this matter. How much electricity is produced, what is contamination of the environment, and they did their best to have a look at it through the prism of development of electric vehicles in our country. Currently, I cannot give you the numbers because I was involved in 2020, 2021, and I need to have a look into the modern number for the next year. We shall make such a report.
Дуже важливе питання, тому
This is a very important matter because the number of vehicles is growing. And also, we need to increase the production of electricity. Yet, how can we do it? The green transport can be under the condition if the power sector also becomes green. In the situation of today, we can say that actually we transfer contamination from the
виробництва і
to the stage from the operation to production
і утилізації.
and disposal. As for disposal, we need to do it surely. The number of vehicles is growing, the number of used batteries is growing. Everybody knows the problem of lead acid batteries. Lead is very hazardous. It gets into the water, gets into the soil, and we then consume it. The problem of lithium-ion and other batteries of electric vehicles can be even more difficult environmental problem, and we shall have consequences. Because nowadays, actually, this is contamination and pollution of the environment. Because there is no control, we need to draw the attention. And this problem cannot be solved by some university or two universities. This is a very complex task, and we believe that indeed a support is needed from the perspective of our society. We need to involve the mechanics and electricians. We need to solve it comprehensively. Otherwise, it will not be the green transport, and it will be just the landfill of spent electric batteries. Maybe there is such information in the International Energy Agency. Yes, indeed, we have such information, and yet we tried to have a look at the experience available from the European Union, and also to make a focus on what problems do we have in our country. Because we have additional problems which are not in Germany, France, or other countries. We have additional problems which they have, and also a large number of electric batteries which were in use and which require modern recycling.
Дякую вам.
Дякую. Які ще є питання?
More questions, please.
У мене є питання ще.
Будь ласка, будь ласка.
I also have a question.
Таке питання. От в суспільстві, наскільки я знаю, широко
In the society,
використовується
as I know, they widely use such a type of electric battery as
ферм-фосфат.
lithium ferrum phosphate battery, like on this slide,
Які відрізняються більшою
which have
пожарною безпекою,
great fire safety, fire protection,
збільшеним кількістю
larger number of cycles of charging and discharging.
В битових системах енергонезалежності.
And they are widely used in the domestic systems of in energy independence, wind power plants, solar power plants, uninterrupted power supply systems. And yet I never hear it that they would have been used in the electric vehicles. Is it really true? Yes, this is true, and we quoted not all of the types, but those which are mostly used. There are more types. Producers of those batteries are quite numerous. Regretfully, information is closed. This is a commercial secret because this is at the stage of R&D. Nowadays, what you have quoted, I would like to look into the period of operation of electric batteries. There is some information up to 5-7 years, and nowadays this information is 8 to 10, and even up to 15 years. This depends on the type of electric battery and who has produced it, from which materials, and what characteristics they have. About the thermal regulation, the first electric batteries did not have such thermal regulation. And you're right that their characteristics would depend on a number of factors, including temperature, including climate, whether it's in winter time or the high temperature. This will also affect the characteristics, capacity, charging, and also the period of operation. And nowadays they produce the batteries with thermal regulation. That problem is examined, and this is important. Both to improve technical characteristics, to reduce the processes of degradation, and also improvement of safety. This is thermal regulation. That's important.
Чудово. Які ще є питання, шановні
Do
учасники?
you have more questions, dear participants?
Я, з вашого дозволу, хотів додати маленьку ремарку. Олена Євгенівна зазначила дуже слушно, що це питання
Evgenia has discussed
потребує істотного збільшення відновлювальних джерел
that
енергії.
it's necessary to increase the number of renewable sources. Indeed, in 2020, together with the Ministry of Environment, our institute made the estimates about reduction of CO2 emissions in terms of the life cycle, taking into account the emissions. At the stage of production of electricity, we did not include the emissions. During the manufacturing of electric vehicles, including batteries and disposal. With the former structure of power generation, that led to increase. With the use of electric vehicles, that led to increase of emissions of CO2, generally for the economy. However, to defend electric vehicles, those are mainly for the cities. And this will improve environmental situation in the places of mass concentrations of people and vehicles. And also, one has to say that geographically, the places of production of the components of electric vehicles and the places of operation and the places of disposal can be quite different, can be well separated. And this is a matter of compromise quite often. Thank you very much for this interesting presentation.
І хотів вас спитати,
I also would like to ask you, do you plan to do research concerning the factors that influence the degradation of the batteries of different type.
Я вас почула. Добре.
Yeah,
Зробимо.
I heard it. We'll do so. It will be very interesting for operation. And this research will be one of the factors that will elaborate the number of electric vehicles in Ukraine, by the way. Dear participants, two more speeches. We had plans from Lviv National University of Environmental Sciences and National University Lviv Polytechnics. Do we have the speakers from these universities? Not yet. Then I have a small announcement to you to make, as we had agreed. If there are some people who would like to speak today, I would like to speak. I would like to tell kudos to Viktor, but first I would like to give it the word to Glovatsky and then to Volodymyr. So, Valentin, Kazimir, it's your. The floor is yours. Thank you. Dear participants of the conference, I would like to present you the research, exploratory research on the continuously variable transmission with a non-slipping gearbox with round teeth. First of all, I would like to say that this topic for us is new, interesting, and it's quite in the beginning. And I really would like to receive any critical ideas, thoughts, and suggestions. So I would like to say that it is quite important for these variators in order to increase its operational possibilities. The aim of this work is to substantiate the feasibility of justifying, researching, and developing a stepless variable speed gear transmission with round teeth. About how it is different from others due to the problem that there were before. Another new gearbox has to be involved, for example, with evolvent ones that has quite a significance. Such a gear will be able to get fewer spikes, teeth, and we will have the revolution over the vertical teeth, and also it can be used on the a steep cone that can be defined by the steep gear. And this model that we produced is not for the variator of under considerable loads, but it still gives a pretty good it ensures that there is no jamming and interference in this transmission. We also see the leading gear that goes along the leading axle with some mechanisms. You can also see the 3D model of thorough teeth variator with round teeth, and it actually gives the solution for the variator of with round teeth. Concerning the design with the round gear, the constructive solution to this is done like this. It has some advantages. First of all, the control of the variator can be done by the electric block through the driver, for example. It's quite easy and a cheap commercially available scheme. If we speak about some peculiarities of such a design, we can have a possibility to change the axle's length due to the telescopic nature of it. We have the mechanism of changing for its ratio that is shown here, and here we have the cross section along of this transmission. The overall dimensions are calculated. Here we have the scale 1:1, and we see that it is quite compact, and very soon we will be able to create the working model in a 3D model, and we'll show how it works. Concerning the previous research, we can say that the preliminary statistical research was done according to the conventional teeth, and since usually it is good to compare it to conventional ones, we agreed to this approach. Since the existing model showed its efficacy, we also wanted to show the next stage, what the fatigue areas are, and how this will be used in practice. The statistical analysis was made for this on the working model, and we see that the result can be reached due to geometric parameters and the materials used. In the future, the research and constructive calculations can be done in order to optimize the form, shape of the teeth on the parameters that can reach. Concerning the models that are already exist, without conventional models, it's quite difficult to continue our work, and we have considered some models that exist now, that the flow of power is distributed in order to dissipate this load with the variator, or vice versa, just increase twice the power of it. The mechanism on scheme E can be placed between its wheels, and we can get the compactness of this construction will be reached. For the patent, we can actually see visually it is very similar to the patents that are existing, but we still have some peculiarities and difference, especially if we speak about the teeth. They are different. and we can foresee them. They can rotate according to its own, and then we can actually get to pure rolling, because very often if the parts are not precise, pure rolling cannot be reached. There's also another work. A toroidal variator is used with this transmission of tractor on special machinery. Can also have combinated variator where the torque is distributed into two flows. Stepless regulation is reached by using a hydrostatic block and planetary rows. Using of such a variator, you will be able to get it more compact and decrease the price. When we connect a diesel engine with the generator through this teeth variator, we can reach better fuel savings due to the work of the engine and more optimal revolutions. The value reached without slipping that you cannot reach on conventional variators due to friction. Unlike cars, the trucks and electric transport needs transmission with variable gear. Using the transmission with it will improve its work. Transmission of electric tractor that was taken into consideration. It also has a mechanical 12-gear gearbox with electric control. If we change such a transmission to the transmission with the teeth variator, will help with the operational characteristics of the tractor. That's another perspective. We see that hybrid power plants have become more widely used in designing buses as a compromise solution to have the balance between the strict ecological norms and operational specifications. In general, as a result of the research work, the initial model, the idea of a toroidal teeth variator was elaborated that will be able to change the gear ratio in the range from 1 to 2 to 2 to 1, and it is enough to use it for some power energy machines. And in order to reach this goal, there was the change of the principles of energy transfer in variator was introduced with this teeth work. It was checked. There was a statistical calculation of it. Preliminary research for optimum scheme of the variator was done. Checking of putting the teeth on the toroidal wheel was done, and a constructive scheme of transmission with toroidal teeth variator was done, and the scheme was also elaborated for some parts. Thank you, Kazimir. Are there any questions to the author? And dear participants, questions?
No
questions. The topic is quite difficult and it's quite narrow. Thank you.
З вашого дозволу, все ж таки хотів спитати,
I still would like to ask if we actually compare the mass dimensional characteristics, conventional ones. As of today, we haven't done these calculations because as of now, we have to make sure that we actually need to take this task, and we just really need this approval from the people. On the first level, we want to have 3D model. We can do that, but in the future, we also will need a sponsor. Yes. Thank you so much. But with the, let me give the floor to Fedorov Volodymyr. That's 9th and 10th speech, and we still have another one, Mirzhayevsky. He has 21 from tomorrow. Who would like to do this today? So, Volodymyr, please, the floor is yours.
Включили звук, секунду. О-ля-ля. Так. Так, зараз мене чути?
Can you hear me now?
Але ми не бачимо презентацію.
Yes, but we cannot see the presentation yet.
Тепер я її включив.
Okay, so the presentation is on.
Зараз, секундочку. От
Не хвилюйтеся.
Да.
Don't worry.
Все, порядок.
Can you see now?
Трошки вступне слово зробити, виходжу з того, що
I would like to say the introductory word. I spoke about some alternative fuels, and there was a lecture from me always. I did the overview on different alternative sources, and the idea was it's not that easy to change and everything is good. Even if we speak about windmills, you still need the steel for that. You need to melt steel for that, but we still need that wind. If we decrease the wind in the Western Europe, we might get some swampy areas. It's not that easy in general. And secondly, I would like to say that before 2014, I tried to get noise down as ecological factor. So here we speak about chemistry more, but this ecology concerns about it as well. After 2014, I also worked at camouflage because it's near life and death. And here we actually have the muffler, black hole, has a possibility to camouflage the properties of military truck cross Spetsnaz. So here we speak about camouflage as the thing between life and death. It's very good to have it to have less noise, even internal noise, to speak not as loud if they do, but this truck is not is a usual truck, and according to law, it has to have 80 decibels. That's our object of research. Speaking about camouflage, Camouflage is done in order to hide the cars, and one of the demasking factors is noise, and the adversary can find by noise some vehicle. If there are different noise sources, then you cannot find. It's quite difficult to do. That's why it's better to make everything less noisy. So engine is a system by itself, and it's the biggest noise from the exhaust gases. When you start the engine, it's quite big as well. When the truck at 110 kilometers per hour drives along the road, it's also very considerable. We have this muffler called black hole with analogy to the black one. We have soot as the one that can absorb noise as well. So the exhaust gases analogous to the absolutely black hole, and then it bounces from different walls. Instead of soot, we use glass that actually get the noise, but by different principle. Here, the surface itself oscillates, and even we have some soot on the surface, it doesn't matter much. It will be acoustically transparent, and glass is good with high temperatures as well. Mathematically, the model, here we had the pipe that goes into a certain distance so as not to be absorbed right away back. And due to a number of bounces, it ideally needs to be absorbed, not to be going into environment. So first, we calculate the exhaust gases, taking into account the capacity of the engine, the revolutions. So we make a conclusion that maximum of 10% from the sound speed. We made a research, and right now it's not that considerable. Mathematical model was considered, and between the internal radius, there is a ratio between this pipe as well. So we need to say that it has to be extended to a certain to a certain length L, and then it will not go by its shortest route. And in this way, we have this bunch, and within the low frequency, the efficiency is about 23 decibels. From my practical experience, we did some practical experience. We can forecast that the muffler will be effective on this and will show such efficiency. On 60 kilometers per hour, we can measure external measurement of noise. The fastest the speed is, the efficiency of it will drop, because there we also have the tires, but still efficiency of 5, even 7 decibels is quite good. According to my experience, we did some experience, and we decreased the noise quite a lot. The conclusions here: acoustic noise is the masking factor for the military machinery. Then this muffler also is analogous to absolutely black body in optics. We see that 23 decibels is the efficiency of the muffler, and this efficiency can actually get to 3.5 to 8 decibels. It depends on how fast it goes. Then there are many variables there. I will get to the next one right away, and then we will ask the questions.
От він. Значить, трошечки повторюсь, інший в нас в даному випадку колектив, нашої кафедри автомобілів.
Our department did the same, but a different automobile. It was actually 80 decibels, and here we have armored vehicle on wheels. It's not a tank. I write here an armored vehicle, but probably it's not the very right way to do this. So here we have the tactical properties, like it has the machine gun. War is art of deception, so you have to be concealed and camouflaged. And there are visual and noise ones. The same idea here is about the engine, and we have the exhaust gases. I already have this. Using spherical details is one of the patterns I use. That means if the a spherical one is used, we can actually get the chamber of noise reduction. In Kiev, we have such a chamber, and it goes down gradually. So this effect is used here partially. First, and here we have this drawing for this, and the model you already saw. And here we already have medium and high frequencies, and the principal difference on subduing these, what we have here is several bounces from the walls. First of all, we need to find the sound energy that gets into the window of a pipe at the first fall. Then coefficient K is the ratio of areas, and then we take the coefficient on each bounce from the wall. We get the portion of energy of the sound wave that gets into the exit pipe, and that's the formula. After some actions, we actually get the sound energy on the exit, taking into account this energy. We get the ultimate ratio on decreasing the sound. We can say that with R big, 20 centimeters, and R small, 3 centimeters, we get almost 16 decibels decrease. Glass is
параметрами, причому чим хороше скло, що воно не лише не боїться температур, воно
The glass has such parameters. The glass is temperature resistant, and it has good alpha on high frequencies, 250 hertz. it's hard to find alternative material, alternative to the glass. From the reference books of Soviet times, I found this parameter. This is unique because concrete just 4% absorbs 0.04, alpha 0.025. That's for comparison with glass. Glass absorbs a lot of noise. And for bars 8, the armored vehicle, this is a prediction, yet must be tested by practice. With the speed, efficiency of the extinguisher is less compared to CT speeds, and yet it's substantial. To what extent is it efficient? Of course, the military equipment is expensive, like stealth. Stealth is very expensive. They pay a lot of money to make it unseen. Yet there is a big hole against the backdrop of the skies, and it reflects fewer electromagnetic waves compared to the clouds. The war is expensive. Those are the findings that the sound extinguisher of medium high frequencies have 19 decibel with alpha 0.4. We can note, coming back to the formula, that the main thing is the ratio, K and alpha. K and alpha. Of course, we cannot make the area of the incoming nozzle is limited, cannot be too high. The radius cannot be too high because it cannot fit with the car. Alpha is limited because we cannot find which would have 1 within the reasonable limits. This is the end of my report. Please ask your questions.
Дякую, Володимир Вікторович. Які є питання до доповідача?
Do you have any questions to the speaker?
Так, Віктор Сергійович.
Володимир Вікторович, дуже цікаво і актуально в цей
It's
час.
very important, a very interesting presentation.
Таке питання. Наша конференція проходить
I have a question. Our conference takes place publicly, also on YouTube, also in the open access. People can observe it. And the results of your studies, are they of any military secret? At this stage, it is well known. If the government is interested, of course, this can be made secret. This is what people say in many of the research. That's on the surface. We had to just lift it from the surface. And I did it. If we move further, of course, I cannot speak more. Of course, if the government gets interested, then, of course, it becomes secret. Also, I understand that I don't disclose government secrets. Back in 1990s, when I underwent my apprenticeship, and yet our research institute was secret, but now it does not exist. There is a supermarket instead of it. I'm not afraid of it. It was published before. It was patented, and it's in the open access. If to go deeper, it's well known, but how to make a technology? The technology, how to make it? Like Kiev cake. Can you provide for 500 centigrades at home, at your kitchen? Of course, never. This is the basis of it. Try to make the printed circuit. Russia cannot do it. To make printed circuit, few generations need to work, and they cannot work at all. That in 20 to 30 years, there will be the result. They did tomorrow. They produce crude oil, there is result. And it was produced by Ukrainians, actually, people traveling from Lviv. Also gas, which was produced by Ukrainians. Putin forgot of it. There is result, there is money. As the printed circuit takes 25 years, maybe 10 years, followed by the result. They will steal the technology. Of course, they will not allow to steal the technology. Putin will not allow to steal the technology. He was kidding on some symposium. They will invent and we shall steal, but this will never happen. They cannot steal. The printed circuits for the washing machine from Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan. Because it's easy, but they cannot make it, because they don't have the technology.
Держава зацікавилась.
We wish you that the government becomes interested. I hope so. I was trying for quite many years to make the government interested. I have one question. Didn't you have the willingness to make the extinguisher following the principle of the music box, to have the cones or pyramids on the surface. Why didn't I have it? Because I have two extinguishers which are quite unique, and the government is not interested. But it's not a secret, actually, it's just the exhaust pipe from which the noise is removed. Every nozzle is a resonator, and it has changeable characteristics for every harmonics. It has zero resistance, just exhaust pipe. Or the piston extinguisher, the only extinguisher in the world, when the exhaust gases go into the closed space and the noise is absorbed not by friction on the walls, but by resistance, which is energy. 25% of energy is lost on the extinguisher. Because of the architectural acoustics, sound wave falls on the walls and absorbs. The piston moves. I have the mathematical models. The compensator, when it is switching of valves, there is no straight flow. Why do I need to stop on those cones if I have two much better extinguishers and nobody is interested? I have unique acoustic screen within the government program in 2013, and the screens bend and break with ultraviolet radiation of sun. This is great. They break, they make new screens, and this is 40% cashback. And my screens, it's just metal and glass from two sides. The glass absorbs sound. It's not afraid of dust because glass is a smooth, transparent acoustic material. But nobody is interested. That's a tragedy. In 2025, Adnan, maybe you know him, told me, well, those are the screens. We go on the bus. I was involved with screens since 2002. Went to the city hall. There was a lot of corruption. It's better not to go to city hall. Nobody is interested. Unless it breaks in the coming 3 years, what is eternal, what is efficient, what is cheap is not interesting. Maybe in the military technology. And sometimes this also doesn't happen.
Шановний, отака ідея є відомі
Do you have the idea? In the buildings, there are glass window blocks. There is vacuum between two glasses. Maybe the same approach can be used in the extinguisher, noise extinguisher. A vacuum in the extinguisher.
Двох стін всередині.
Two walls, like a thermos. With no air between the walls.
Думаю, ви знаєте, трошки... Ні, дивіться, це вакуум, він не буде давати випромінювання робити...
That vacuum will not create radiation because the silencer must silence the noise and exhaust the gases with minimal exhaust. Actually, the walls of the silencer must not radiate. The vacuum and your idea will give that the walls of the silencer will radiate less, much less. I'm not against it. And yet, the silencer has to suppress the noise. This is secondary. Idea is good that the walls of the silencer do not radiate. And yet, inside the silencer, the entire world follows the same principle. The noise, the exhaust gases are moving. And the fluctuations are much higher. In order to extinguish the fluctuations moving in the moving, there must be friction of the material. Exhaust gases are the materials against the walls and obstacles which are there. Only in that case, it will absorb the energy of fluctuations, and friction causes the increase of resistance. People have laughed at me, said this is a conspiracy. Please find a single company who will say, our silencers take away the capacity from their combustion engine. No company will say that. And I found a book. It was before the Noah's Ark, 1982. The motorcycle combustion engine of Euro 0 takes 7% for the silencer if it silencing the noise. How many percent does it take of the capacity of the engine? Nobody will say this. One man was telling me a few years ago, well, I was the owner in the US of the factory producing toilet paper. Toilet paper, everybody is producing from waste paper. And yet he told this on the interview. And he went bankrupt. Everybody is doing the same, but everybody keeps silent. When they found that from waste paper they make toilet paper, they stopped buying, and the competitors have spun this out. And everybody was silent, and who will check this? So the exhaust pipe has noise removed with it. Cheap electronics or close volume, the piston moves, and the spades are moving. This is all patented, but nobody is interested. I mean, that the internal body produced out of glass has dual walls, vacuum inside of it, between them. This was my idea. Sorry for forcing it on you. The internal walls is like a surface of the silencer, because it re-radiates noise from the walls, and yet inside the basis of the noise, it must be suppressed.
Я перепрошую ще раз. Я був у будинку, в якому стоять
I was in the building with vacuumed glass packages, and practically one cannot hear the external noise. This was my statement. If the same thickness of the glass and no vacuum between two surfaces of the glass, then the noise penetrates. And the vacuumed windows, glass packages, do not allow the noise inside. From the metrology support, I can tell you. And we have quite opposite. If to take the exhaust box silencer, it creates noise inside. It means that you create noise inside the building, that people outside do not suffer. It's totally opposite. Dear participants, with your permission, that this is an interesting topic indeed, and you can continue this discussion about silencers in 40 minutes on the discussion panel. And we have the discussion panel. Of course, we need to complete the event. And of course, the main thing was not discussed. During the discussion, you can feel more free to discuss. You don't have to be afraid that someone will overhear. I give the floor to Mr. Marzhevsky. His presentation is from tomorrow. He requests to do it now. Are we ready to switch on the recording?
Так, будь ласка.
About the exhaust silencer. The exhaust silencer. The main source is not the wall of the exhaust pipe, but what flies out of the pipe. The exhaust gas is main source of noise.
Ось, нібито презентація.
Вітаю усіх учасників
I would like
конференції.
to welcome all participants of the conference, everybody who provides the support of this conference, everybody who disseminates the information about the activity for the broad public. Efficient development of road transport and its infrastructure is related to the unified understanding and possession of terminology of the regulatory and technical documents of at least Ukraine, UN, and European Union.
Словник має забезпечувати
Their dictionary must provide for search, determination, interpretation of terms and definitions, making the amendments.
система словників.
the system of dictionaries, as I believe in Ukraine, one must create a system of electronic dictionaries and reference books for all sectors of the economy, culture, and law. As the director of that huge orchestra must be the Institute of Ukrainian Language of the National Academy of Science of Ukraine.
До створення таких словників
To create such dictionaries, it's necessary to involve the leading sectoral institutes and universities, which could play the role of the first violin in the development of the relevant sectoral dictionaries and reference books. To create the minimal terminology base, it takes decades, and to maintain such dictionaries, a lot of work of the generations and continuous financing are necessary. The source of terms and the definitions, the carrier of some array of terms, which creates the system of the terminology, application during the life cycle of the transport vehicles is the dictionary reference book, which I discussed. It is not about national word creation and possession of the terms, but is rather structural examples of one of the elements of the system of terms and definitions of different spheres of activity, which were already included by the legislation as standards, EU acquis, and have regulatory impact on transport. Acquis communautaire of the EU have different readings of the norms of the law. The Thesaurus dictionary is maintained by EU Publishing House, which exists in 23 official languages of member countries. However, formalized terms and definitions formalized by Thesaurus, which support understanding of acquis norms, is not a universal means of such understanding. Ambiguity of regulatory acts, including those by those who have developed the Ukraine-EU Association Agreement. According to their estimates, some acts of the EU that have been used for the agreement had 6 different interpretations of the same regulation, regulating the same. To have the same term, one needs to adjust the entire EU legislation and even more. Nobody can do it, and probably not necessary, because this is the field of the activity for the dictionaries and the reference books. The terminology of the Soviet times. By creating the dictionary, one must understand that in Ukraine, till now, there is a number of Soviet laws in place. Generally, according to the Parliament of Ukraine, the current are about 70 different acts of the period of Ukrainian Soviet Republic, including 3 codes and more than 10 basic laws. Actually, in the base of the database of legislation on the site of the Parliament, there are more than 1,000 valid legislative acts approved before 21st of August of 1991. It's obvious that in the relevant fields of regulations by those acts, they have applied very old terminology. Therefore, the developers of the regulatory acts can be sympathized, because it's hard to create terms and definitions which correspond to the modern linguistic standards of the country, and therefore there are twisted and biased terms. Mr. Trach in the Kyiv-Mohyla Academy is quoting Madame Tokarska. The legislative activity expressly follows literature, linguistic traditions of East Ukrainian variant of Ukrainian language, having in the active use quite a large number of Russian words. And the reason of such a status is explained by the process of merger of 2 languages, Russian and Ukrainian, which was stimulated in Soviet times, as well as with absence of the proper number of reference sources on jurisprudence published in Ukrainian language. the mechanisms of the state standard and lawmaking. Standardized methods of corrections of inappropriate terms and definitions in the standards, in the new draft standards, following the procedures of DSTU 3966, must be implemented also in the lawmaking activity to regulate the relevant legislative procedure. Availability of the relevant legislation will make it possible in a controlled way and in the transitional period defined by the law to remove from the circulation the terms and definitions which are not allowed by the standards of the modern Ukrainian language. A few words about the dictionary. According to the law of Ukraine, on ensuring the functioning of Ukrainian language as a state language, intentional bias of Ukrainian language in official documents and text, in particular, intentional use of it in violation of the requirements of Ukrainian spelling and standards of the language and creating obstacles and constraints in the application of Ukrainian language would cause the liability as established by the law. The idea to create the structure of the dictionary and reference book was taken from the similar trading manual of the National Transport University. The dictionary reference book has 30 thematic sections which contain certain problematic terms and definitions, in particular those which are used inappropriately, systematization detected absence of the number of terms and definitions which are usually used in the field of maintenance of transport vehicles with a special understanding of professionalism. Those terms and definitions are quoted in the dictionary, professional words. It has also four lingual alphabetic indicators, a list of standards of the most common standardized terms, the list of the applied acronyms and abbreviations, those of the UN, the list of the sources used, as well as comments necessary for justification and better understanding of some terms and definitions. The reference dictionary will be tested by the personnel of the Russian Institute of Road Transport placed on the website in order to involve individuals and corporations for its improvement. We shall be grateful if the scientific community will also provide justified proposals, and we shall request you to send them to the Institute. The standardized terms and definitions in line with the standard 3966 in the context of this dictionary reference book have been outlined in the italics ND, in the round brackets, and those which are not allowed are marked as ND in square brackets. Special attention must be paid to the removal of quite broad use in sentence and words of the propositions, reverse propositions. It's not the efficiency of the acceleration to measure is being measured. Not the fuel is injected by the nozzle, but the nozzle injects fuel. Not the car is being repaired by they repair a car. Please study the findings of this presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Добре. Дякую. Ми почули запис виступу.
Thank you very much indeed. We have heard the recording of the presentation, which is well structured.
Які є питання до Валентина Васильовича?
If you have any questions to Valentin about creation of dictionaries and reference books, this is a very important matter. I would like to thank Valentin.
Твердий поборник нашої рідної
because he is a
української.
proponent of Ukrainian language.
подякувати і
And I would like to thank him.
всього найкращого
I
бажати.
wish him all the best.
Я теж хочу приєднатися
Also, I would like to join
до слів Олександра Федоровича.
Alexander.
І наслідки Радянського
The
Союзу
outcomes of the Soviet Union
можна таким прикладом привести.
can be quoted by the following example.
Женевською угодою
By Geneva Agreement,
були переведені на
the
російську
UN
мову
regulations have been translated into Russian language as the rules of UN Economic Commission, and it lasts till today.
Ті правила
And those
дійсно
rules, actually the rules, the actual rules, which have been to the Vienna Agreement, not to have a confusion, they were called prescriptions, not rules. And currently, in the draft technical regulation, they are going to resolve this matter and to name those UN regulations and the prescriptions
Віденської угоди
of the Vienna Agreement will be called the rules from now on. This is quite an important work. However,
змінюється дуже
the
поступово.
language is changing very gradually. And
Доводиться з ними
actually,
роками
the mistakes stay for years in order to achieve some good terminology.
Будемо брати участь в цьому.
We shall participate in it.
Добре. Будь ласка, Романе, ви хотіли
That's
питання
fine.
задати?
Roman, you wanted to ask your question. There will be also a question. I would like to join this important piece of work to underline the importance of this work. I would like to ask whether it is possible that we agree on this terminology and also add that having worked for 2 decades in the field of road transportation, both freight and passenger, I would like to say that we have quite many borrowings from foreign languages on the road transport, especially in the field of operation. For example, such things as Ecorol, nowadays I could not find any clear similarity or translation. And currently, we have predictive cruise control, which is telling you about the geographical location and the adaptive cruise control. And in that field, we have to translate it. And honestly speaking, if the manufacturer translates, such manufacturers, as we have discussed, as I spoke on GPS monitoring of transport, as they translate the way they want, and take into account one vehicle like freight Mercedes or a bus or Volvo or MAN or DAF, they can translate in their own way. And when you say on certain sites like logistical ones, sometimes I can see that we speak of the same, and there is no correspondence, no matching in the Ukrainian language is quite timely, quite important to implement it, and there is quite a lot of work in order to harmonize this terminology into a single denominator. We have such a notion as eco-role, even for some people on the passenger or freight transport. One has to explain. Some people say eco-drive and so on. In Ukrainian, I believe that Ukrainian terminology would give us the common denominator, the common understanding, and the interpretation of such phrases.
Які
Thank
ще є
you.
питання?
Do you have any more questions or comments?
Я от хотів би сказати, що
I would like to say that the speeches and the comments which were made give us the reasons, and we discussed that with Valentin, gives us the reasons to
роботу, щоб
complete
були
this work,
хоча б перша версія, і
that at least we have the first version of the dictionary, and we need to have it published to put it on the website. There was a proposal, and of course we should keep working on it because the language is lively. Of course, a lot of borrowed words, those from Russian language and so on.
щось потрібно
This is a difficult topic, and yet we need to do something. And I hope that it's nice to hear the comments. And we need to complete this activity, and we have discussed it before.
Дякую всім за підтримку.
Thank you very much for your kind support. We need the conference to take a decision to place for the beginning on the website, and also to address the Cabinet of Ministers and the Parliament, that one can put this activity on the legal basis. In the standards, there is a method to remove the wrongful terms and definitions. And by legislation, nobody can fight against the Ministry of Justice. And on every step, there is securing the security, compensation of damage, and so on. And it's not easy for them to do it, because judicial cases are being reviewed for decades. Sometimes I'm making even more confusion to read if the terminology which is not legalized is quite hard, quite difficult. Because for the lawyers, it's a good opportunity, because they can turn it into any direction. Therefore, we can have to put it on legislative rails to develop the law like the standard, the DSTU.
So we mean that we don't have to use it. There has to be the law. There will be the transitional period, 10 years, or if you want 20 years, that's okay. The system needs to be established. I never spoke about the words, and there could be different examples. I read the program of our conference for the last year. I almost fainted. Something like prepared personnel. But please do not take it personal. I actually was grown on Russian. I also got my higher education in Russian. I think sometimes in Russian, and then I get electronic dictionaries, and then I correct something that I had written before. And it takes a lot of time, because electronic words, vocabularies do not have specific terms. Nobody is going to write them. A philologist will not do that for a medical one or transporting specialist. Even if we speak about this Geneva Agreement, all of these addendums, they are written in Russian. The rules on transporting the hazardous cargo is in Russian, and it's not the original language. We need to gradually do that, and that's the work of a decade. And Institute of Language at the Academy of Sciences of Ukraine needs to take over. Viktor suggested a very good point, to have the first variant of your suggestions to the vocabulary in our website, and to compile what we are good about something, what if we don't like something. Thank you. We're not going to collect everything, but still we need to have the deadline, and the first step needs to be taken. It's rightly said that it will take decades to work through this. So we will have first issue of very big dictionaries, second issues, etc. Rahman, you wanted to say?
Добре, є. Хотів до пана Валентина звернутися.
I wanted to address Valentin with this law. When we opened the conference, we had a deputy who said that they take care a lot about the work, but for these 5 years, no law was taken there. So when we introduced this terminology after the law is effective, So maybe in 10 or 15 years, we will be able to do so. On the level of the institute, first it needs to be done, compiled into the same terminology that we already have. And as the speakers already said, we'll actually have it as a burning issue. And then we need to think how it will be introduced on as the legislation. I am for this sequence of legislation to be accepted, but there has to be also a law on removal of some terms. But we have to start with the specialists. Thank you. Alexei, you can continue. It was my command that I butted it. Alexei, please. Thank you, Dmitro. I would like to say that there is another speaker here on standardization, and he would like to speak about it today, actually, not tomorrow. Is that right? Yes, that's right. So, please, the floor is yours. Just a minute.
Добрий день, шановні колеги. Чутно?
Hello, dear colleagues, can you hear and see me? Yes, we can. Everything's good.
Вирішення питання постійного, безпечного
The
та
question about safe, barrier-free transportation of school children and teachers that are away from pedestrian proximity can be done by specialized transportation, namely school buses.
За визначенням транспортний засіб.
By definition, a special purpose vehicle is a vehicle designed to transport a certain categories of passengers. In this case, it is school children. Such vehicles, in addition to the mandatory requirements established for certain categories of vehicles, must meet additional requirements related to the specifics of transportation, namely the transportation of school children. In 2009, Ukraine adopted the DSTU 7013 from 2009, specialized buses for transportation of school children, which established additional requirements for the design of such specialized buses. More than 10 years of experience in the production, operation, and organization of school children transportation pointed to the need to revise the standard, which was drafted by the specialists of Державтотрans NDP project. The revision took into account the proposals of Ukrainian school bus manufacturers, Cherkasy bus manufacturer, Chernihiv automobile plant, Ukravtobus Prom automobile assembly plant, number 1 Bogdan, PJC ZAZ, and the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, namely the Institute for the Modernization of Education Content. The documents that have these regulations, there are many of them. These are international declarations, the Constitution of Ukraine, Convention of the UN, the law of Ukraine about the school education, about transportation of Ukraine. All these documents have some regulations about transportation of school children. The main direction of the actualization and updating of this standard were three departments. There were three of them. That was updating the regulatory framework, unification of bus design, and the application of modern safety, comfort, and accessibility requirements. Concerning the actualization, three standards ghosts that are no longer in force in Ukraine were removed. 8 UN DSTUs also were expired and removed. Also 8 new UN regulations were introduced at their place, and 7 new standards, DSTUs, were introduced. A unification of bus design was actually to address the design on the basis of which the school buses can be produced. So for the buses with passenger capacity of up to 22 passengers, Class B buses was introduced. For buses with passenger capacity of more than 22 passengers is a Class 2 bus. Also, there was defined the unified seat for all the ages for primary school students that have the same seat construction, the same headrest, and the same depth of it. It is possible to transport the students of all grades. There was also used 44 rule of UN on attaching the seat for very small children, and also 3-point belt was used, and additionally a flexible element, lap belt, was also used for primary school students. Taking into account metro characteristics for grades first, fourth, it is enough to use additional system chap booster or the lap belt that actually gets the third point of belt fixture. Then the bus becomes universal that can actually transport students of all grades. It also allows the carrier to variate the bus function. For example, if it is needed for excursion, it can be redone. So that's why this lap belt was used, and in such a way a good position of a child is done. 2 points is not enough. 3 points of fixture is much better. Evacuation characteristics of the bus was also reviewed. The was a plan of 5 seats in a row, 3+2, and at the same time, the aisle was 300 millimeters with this evacuation 60 millimeters, 360 millimeters square was quite enough. The scheme 2+2, even with the bus 2x35 width, was able to do the evacuation space for to actually make this main aisle for the passenger by almost 2 times. I saw 3+2, but it was quite difficult. It was like a bunch of herrings in a can. In the previous version, the standard one, there was the version to transport the school children that use a wheelchair. We still have the outdated requirements. In this standard, we already used the new requirements that are already used by all the bus carriers, and it is unified with these requirements. Besides, the special children's seats are used for limited mobility children. They have a bigger width, broader depth. They also have the headrest, the footrest. So this renewal standard in such a way was able to address some issues like class 2B were used for the buses over 22 passengers. 3 options were foreseen. 1 option for all the school children. Second option for the wheelchair and chaperones, and third option for all the age groups and some children on the wheelchairs. A third, the seats for the children unified, and 3-point fixture for preschoolers, and 3 plus 2 arrangement was cancelled, and UN Regulation 107 on lifts and ramps was also introduced. DSTU 7013 2024 is going to be cancelled. In 2026, there is still transitional period when the new updated version of DSTO will be introduced. And we have this introduction that you can manufacture these buses until 2026 and use them until 2028. You will be able to use the ready ones, and our manufacturers will be able to prepare to manufacture the new buses that will take on board the new changes. If you have some questions, I will be ready to answer all of them. Thank you, Alexei. That was really a great ending for the day. We still have some question and answer period, and then we will go to the discussion panels after 15 minutes of coffee break, and we can wait for somebody in the meanwhile. So, are there any questions to Yevgen, to his report?
Це дуже важливий все ж таки стандарт.
It's an important standard. It's about safety, the most valuable what we have in the country, the children. So the report was quite sophisticated and profound, that we do not have any questions. It was quite interesting information. Thank you then. If there are no more announcements, if you agree, we can get to discussion panel. By the way, I got some coffee for myself here, so you can do the same. Yevgen, could you please not share the screen anymore? Thank you. So let me read the comments and the answers that we already have in the chat. They are distributed in time, and I will read them to you. And I will start chronologically. There is a question to section 7, as far as I remember, when we started today. It was about intellectual transportation system and cybersecurity. The question was from Valentin Marzaevsky. The question is quoted. It was 1407. So the question is, will current research and ITS projects take into account the experience gained in the hostilities in Ukraine with the use of electronic warfare equipment and fiber optic communication lines in such systems, in particular in the design of vehicles? That's an interesting question. Let me answer this question. To answer this question, we can do that briefly or in a more sophisticated way. Experience of hostilities, optical fiber, and why actually optical fiber started to use first place. Any war that we know from our history, it's for sure about control. Control means we need a means of control. It can be by fires or semaphores, flags, you name it. We know that by films, history. But if we speak about drones, the main base element of control is by radio. I won't go into the frequencies and physics of it. It's about atmosphere, stratosphere. It's quite big and profound. The waves dispersed with different properties, but for wide use, it's possible to use so-called ultra-short waves that act within the direct site, and that's dozens of kilometers. If we speak about on the surface, it can be like this, and the higher it gets, the better it is. So that's the basic option, and it is used in the front line. But then we get the means of electronic warfare equipment, and the easiest thing is just to suppress the signals, and more difficult is to actually divert the drone to Belarus. So something needs to be done here. Basically, the idea of evolving Shaheds in Iran was the story of electronic warfare, like a drone, even 20 years ago, was quite modern, and it was actually interrupted by Iran, the control, and never gave it back. There was a scandal about it. It was so the usage of it is quite big, but mostly what we do in the same range, in the same frequency, we make a signal that actually overload the main signal, and the station of radiation can be closer to the drone that actually controls the drone. With the distance, the signal diminishes, and the game is actually won by those who use this means of electronic warfare. It's not revolutionary step. It's the right step. What needs to be done so as not to have electronic warfare? It's quite easy to have the coil attached to a drone with the fiber optic, then the drone just goes and the signal is transmitted by this. It's actually an old thing, but it's not forgotten. If you remember, in 1970s, we had the missiles that are controlled by wire. If you shoot one, it drags the shell, and then there's a usual wire, thin wire. The operator used a joystick to control the shell in order to hit the tank or anything else. The question here is another thing. Let me speak about the automobiles here. It's about capacity as well. What is the difference between fiber?
Пропускною здатністю, тобто пропускна здатність.
The capacity of the fiber optics 10,000 more than copper wire that we use for telephone or for something else. So the capacity is the throughput capacity is quite big. Why do we need that big? We actually need the video. It's better to see once than to hear 7 times. In practical, it has the physical basis because really our we can say not 7 times, but it's better to say 300 times. So the capacity of video and audio ratio is 1 to 300. So if we speak about the control with the online television camera real time, we need video. And if video, we actually need the fiber optics. So that's about drones, the electronic warfare, and hostilities. Now let's get back to automobiles. Early we used to use on the first generation a command to wire. One command, one wire. Another command, another wire. So there was a bunch of like tens or hundreds of wires in one. And then there was a command to code, another principle, when you still have the same wire from the object that signals to the subject or vice versa, and then you get the code combination instead of several wires. It's already executed, and even without fiber optics in the cars, I said that the modern car inside generates 20 gigabytes of information. It's quite big, like a blizzard of information per hour. All these gigabytes inside the car, they need to be transferred somehow. I'm not going to tell you for sure, but with such speed, probably it's already not enough to have copper wire, and probably optical fiber is used instead, just because the throughput capacity is bigger. I remember during the Soviet Union, as we mentioned, some research was done for different devices, including military aircraft, where each kilogram matters. Even then, even in 1990s, they started to use for transfer of signals within the signal, the optical signal. And it's only in order to increase the transferred information.
я наводив такий приклад, можливо, сьогодні я забув про це сказати, що
Every
вже
5 years, in the modern Ford 150 of 2018 or 2019, this volume of software, 150 million lines. In the F-16 is 40 million lines of software. The cars have the scope of software 4 times more than the warplane, the jet fighter. And this trend continues to grow. Maybe for the jet fighter is not that necessary, and yet we would like to set free the driver from such functions that he can take a nap, as I discussed in the report. That process will be growing, and no other options as application of optical lines inside the car do not exist. And this is also very cheap. I can tell you that when they have used the first reels for the drones, I can tell you the entire traffic of internet, 99.9% of the world of the internet that we are used to, is under the ground and under the water, and B, it only goes through the optical fiber lines, no copper, for the last 20 to 25 years. I was a director of the primary network of telecom and the director of Telecom Institute of Ukraine. It was the year 2001-2002. The entire country and the entire traffic of telecoms, including the internet, went via optical cables. Another thing is that they are all different. There are optical cables which are quite expensive, with quite many optical fibers, the main line cables, and others are quite simple, like the reel for the spinning.
Я, наскільки орієнтуюсь в цінах,
as I understand the prices,
коли починали росіяни перші почали використовувати,
when Russians began to use optical connection of drones,
вони дуже дають
in
нам жару.
Kursk, they actually create trouble for us with such drones, because they cannot be fought against by the radio electronic struggle. And the picture is much better quality compared to radio. And the cost of the reel was $15,000. The drone of $3,000 and the optical fiber for $15,000, to the extent I know. Nowadays, that cost was reduced to $1,000. I could be wrong, but the level is like this. If I answered your questions.
У мене таке простіше.
I have a more simple question. I'm not a specialist in this field.
Радіоелектронної боротьби.
What are the means of radioelectronic struggle?
Дивіться, засоби радіоелектронної боротьби.
The means of radioelectronic struggle, radioelectronic confrontation, can affect the connected vehicle. In the year 2021, during the first conference, I discussed a connected car. I fully agree with you. This is we speak of a connected car. It is translated even in Google like this. A radioelectronic fight may affect, of course, the connected car. And the question is different. Actually, in order to suppress the radio signal of the car, of the vehicle, which moves with a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, and is getting the density of base stations for 5G, the density of base stations throughout the city of Kiev, for the communications which we are now currently using, which is 3G, is about 7 kilometers. We can see them in the city. However, the density of base stations for 5G and the vehicle can be only connected to 5G. It is about hundreds of meters. That's the first thing. Secondly, for 5G, they're using quite modern methods of processing of information.
Це виглядає так.
Actually, it looks as follows.
Два
The
фонарика.
two lights, one torch is a vehicle with a narrow beam, and it throws light on the second torch, which is the base station. And actually, the radio electronic fight is somewhere in between, so they would like to interrupt that optical signal, which is not easy, which is quite difficult. Also, they use signals. Also in drones, they use the same when the frequencies are changing using a certain pattern, and that pattern is formed by cryptographic methods. For that, one has to break the cryptographic system, which is a serious task, and after breaking it, one has to synchronously jump on the frequencies. That science is not idle, it moves very seriously. If, for example, the system
Не перекладу на українську мову, то псевдо случайно
pseudo the occasionally jumping frequencies with cryptographic applications. If those systems have emerged in the United States and have been used only for missile defense, and now they're used for the base stations of 5G. Such technologies are coming very actively to our lives, and they're used quite actively. Answering your question whether it's possible, yes, indeed, it's possible. So radio electronic fight can interrupt, yes, indeed, can influence the connected car. When I made my first presentation, I have demonstrated pictures that this can be, the signal can be silenced, the pilot signal can be silenced, the carrying signal can be silenced. So radio electronic warfare can influence the connected car. If the bus of the vehicle is based on optical fiber, then those problems will disappear? Of course not. The problem will remain. The question is not about the bus. The question is of the mechanism of connection of the vehicle to the infrastructure. If this is intellectual transport system, ITS, I can return that drawing. And the vehicle, there was a presentation of Didkovska Nataliia,
Вона показувала, чи це була
and she has demonstrated,
я можу так сказати помилятись, то там було показано,
if it was a Lada car, and it was shown there that the modern, those are more serious technologies, and there are 4 variants of mobility. There are fixed ones, there are fixed with
ареалі, так сказати, невеликі
small
відстані,
area, small distance, and low speed.
значною швидкістю.
The others are on big area and high speed, as it was shown in the applications. And yet the vehicles, connected vehicles, autonomous vehicles, and the same regulation 155 and the rules 156.
Дуже швидкі.
A, they are quite fast. B,
небезпечні.
very dangerous.
Сигнали команди повинні передавати.
The signal of the team must transmit in a reliable fashion. G, they must transmit with a very small delay, less than 1 millisecond.
І вони ще повинні бути захищені.
And also they need to be protected. Those 5 circumstances make that problem for the vehicle quite serious. I can quote an example, a very interesting example. For the year 2024 in the United States of America, they have summarized. They made a summary by brands of vehicles which were
аварійно небезпечними.
Most dangerous for accidents. And you will not believe the first place, on the first place from the bottom was Tesla. Tesla happened to be the most dangerous brand of the vehicle. However, we need to find out why Tesla. It happened that Tesla, because it's fourth class of autonomy, fourth class of autonomy, and those drivers of Tesla allow themselves to release the steering wheel to get distracted to the computer. Tesla makes it possible to drive hundreds of kilometers if the infrastructure is well built, and they already have it.
Не торкаючись керма.
Not touching the steering wheel. And it's not the science fiction. This is today. However, those drawbacks, as we have discussed, maybe some signal was lost, maybe was received untimely, maybe it did not reach, maybe with big delay. And this led to such emergency situations, and everything comes for a price.
Валентин Васильович?
Дякую.
Дякую.
Дякую вам за роз'яснення.
Thank you very much for this explanation.
Віктор Михайлович, дякую дуже за таку ґрунтовну відповідь.
Thank you very much for this well-grounded explanation. The first session was very interesting. Seventh session, you mean? Yes, indeed, the seventh session, which was first for today, was really well-grounded. Please continue.
Доповіді.
We expect now the questions
в чаті конференції.
Which were written in the chat of the conference. We made a small scientific discovery today. We need to introduce new sessions close to astronomy, because the question which collected most, the presentation which collected most of the questions is related to the black hole.
Має озвучити ці три питання, але
I
я
need to
бачу,
discuss those three questions. I can see Roman Lovha has raised his hand. Would you like to ask something? Yes, indeed. I would like to ask from the leader of the institution. I would like to ask a question to Mr. Viktor Gorytski. I today have reported about GPS monitoring of transport. As I can see in our market, there is quite a low culture of the use of it. Therefore, I wanted to ask how at the level of the institutions, whether the institute will pay any attention for the most basic notions, like the definition of the average consumption of fuel on the road transport. I always speak of the commercial transport because this is the main problem. In Ukraine, nowadays, all the rep offices, as I discussed today, like Scania, Volvo, MAN, Mercedes, they speak of some fuel consumption, and in reality it's different. For many years, for 3 to 4 years, I was involved that the declared fuel consumption of those manufacturers on new vehicles can be confirmed because I'm involved directly in GPS monitoring of transport. That's the first thing. I know that they refer to the institute quite often, that the institute provides conclusions, and honestly speaking, in the real sector of the economy, with some carriers, I'm in conflict because they have data from your institute. That's the first thing. Secondly, GPS monitoring of transport, as I say, has very big prospects in the development of Ukrainian infrastructure, especially for road transport. For example, I'm interested now in Ukrtrans security. There is new chairman. The ministry declares that we are launching the declaration of new itineraries for passenger transportation. This is good because the carrier, without applying for any institution, may declare the itinerary and provide transportation. This is superb. And yet how one can control if it was fulfilled? When it was fulfilled, how many times it was fulfilled? They refer to their customs database and so on. And this is a good question. And yet GPS would be helpful, especially if this would be about the declaration of internal passenger transportation.
Дуже, як я зазначав, дуже низька культура використання.
We have quite a low culture of use of GPS monitoring on transport, and accordingly, we don't have statistics of GPS monitoring of transport. That would give quite a lot of statistics from the most basic to the most well-developed, and I have observed quite a lot in the European Union how they are using. And there is a big gap between them and us. I believe that someone must focus attention on it. And first of all, this is most appropriate for your institution. And another wish, when for the training code 95, which is provided for your institute, there are also other operators which provide the same. I would like to draw the attention that we issue certificates, and yet we don't give much knowledge along with that. Conventionally speaking, Code 95 was studied when drivers go to Romania and they ask whether Code 95 is needed, because Romanian bodyguard is asking. They don't follow the KMT book, as they ask, he is asked by the Code 95. Then they don't need Code 95. Not only a lack of knowledge of the drivers, also for the higher management. The higher management is not aware of it and is not controlling. And the higher management is not aware of quite many things. Coming back to GPS monitoring of transport, and all manufacturers of vehicles represented, all of them are foreign because we don't have any production of vehicles, especially for freight or passenger cargo. We have a very small percentage which falls on domestically produced transport. When studying the Code 95, I would like to draw the attention to proper operation of transport vehicles of such producers. And this proper operation is described or is on the all new contemporary transport which carry out freight or passenger transportation. All of the vehicles and buses which are new and modern have the GPS systems, and they have the parameter, such a parameter as operation. One must know how to use it on the transport companies. I hear it more than once that we need to hire engineer for that. I believe the driver can know that.
І водія, і вищу ланку навчила правильно експлуатувати транспорт.
And yet some instruction manual is needed to teach the driver how to operate. Smooth movement using cruise control, less deceleration, what is the main range of the rotation set with the Code 95. They also introduced the operation of the vehicle, proper operation of the vehicles. And this will take 1 hour of time, up to 2 hours in such a program which is available these days. 1 hour of time is not much. So I had 3 questions, if necessary.
Дякую. 3 питання, але мені чомусь здалося,
Indeed, 3 questions. It looked to me that your glass is half empty.
По-перше, по GPS.
As far as GPS is concerned, the technology of GPS monitoring is very simple. There is nothing difficult. You can go to any website and find proposals and so on. I don't really understand what the problem is about, what problems and tasks must be resolved by the scientific institute in order to compel. That's not our function to compel people to use GPS monitoring. Actually, simply to advertise it, the owners do it. I can tell you that I began to use GPS monitoring in 2002, and 22 years passed when I had a big fleet of vehicles. The search machines in the Communications Institute to control how the designers are moving, where they are. Then I have applied the GPS monitoring. No problems. Everything what was transmitted through a cellular network from every minute, every hour, or once a day, and so on. I could receive even then on the monitor of the computer, I could have it, and there was no problem. The function of the institute in this, the educational function, that's quite possible. And yet you told me that you are using And this is the right of the carrier. Another question is
Зараз це теж ніякої проблеми. Ну,
to make it constructive. It's not a problem as well. Maybe I didn't fully understand your question of what do we have to do about GPS monitoring.
Просвітницьку діяльність, скажіть.
The educational activity, could you please tell me?
Чи регуляторна?
Or regulatory?
Я би сказав, і просвітницька, ну, до
Both educational. As for regulatory, I did not see. And also I did not see.
Не можу прибрати чогось.
Просвітницька.
Да, просвітницька, регуляторна, вона буде рано чи
Educational and regulatory will come sooner or later. It will emerge. And the educational one.
Ми ж все-таки якось наукою.
The road transport companies, we are involved in the science. When the transport companies, when you visit them, even from the driver up to the top management, there is no simple, there is no basic knowledge. Basic knowledge is missing.
Ми не просвітницька і не
We are
навчальна
not educational organization which must give such knowledge. So I hear your question.
Ми
However,
це, так сказати, запропонуємо.
we
Я
can
не
propose
впевнений
it.
навіть не бачу.
I'm not even sure where exactly. And yet,
Норми витрат палива до
as the norm of fuel consumption, the GPS monitoring,
Це ж питання, питання вже
the
транспортної
question is for the transport company, and yet the norms of fuel consumption for GPS monitoring cannot be linked. I don't understand how we can do it, how we can link that norm of fuel consumption to GPS monitoring. I can actually make a comment about this matter, about the norms of fuel consumption and GPS. Roman forgot to say it's about accuracy. In addition to positioning data, the way passed to collect information from sensors, including fuel consumption data. There are different types of sensors. This is the idea, right? Well, this is quite different. We discussed intellectual systems and transport, which provide a telematic system, which provide quite a lot of information from the transport vehicle. With your permission, I will make a comment. This is a well-known problem worldwide. For the last 15 years, when the regulators, the states of the world, the countries of the world, introduce more tight standards about CO2 emissions. And CO2 emissions is like what? This is fuel economy. This is actually the same. And the manufacturers, as they try to comply with that, they do a lot of bad things.
Цю різницю, яка кожного року збільшується між даними, які
And we can see it from the labs, and we can see the differences, what the producers declare, fighting for the wallets of consumers, and the data that you receive not on the road, but actually on standardized testing procedures. On the road, the picture is quite different. Of course, any traffic cycle is artificial synthetic conditions that does not reflect all the diversity of operation conditions. Therefore, regretfully, and you're right, such a huge problem does exist. This is a problem which can be called as the problem of misleading the consumers and the regulators. The solution, nobody in the world found a solution to this problem. Coming back to the GPS monitoring system and the control of fuel consumption. It's known to any carrier that in the system of norming of fuel consumption on road transport, it was the Order 43 with amendments in 1998, as amended, the latest amendments, I can tell you, 2012. Last year, it was cancelled by the Ministry of Infrastructure in the mysterious circumstances, and the ministry decided that the methodology recommendation will be in place.
Всіх документах інститут, як розробник цього нормативного документу, завжди кажете про
the institute, as a developer of such documents, we are actually advertising, and we insisted and we recommended the carriers to use the GPS monitoring system.
Є можливим для власника і привабливим
Yes, it is feasible for the owner and also attractive from different perspectives. Those monitoring systems cannot replace the norming system. You know why? Because if you look into the real transport light trucks that move in the left lane, and they actually rush at full speed, and consumption of fuel is huge, as a norming system implies rational use of the equipment in terms of fuel economy, as well as road safety, traffic safety. About training, this is also important, and also lack of culture. We can see it on the roads.
Наш інститут має 2 чи 3 наукові
Education. Our institute has 2 or 3 scientific topics with a lot of interim reports, very interesting results that nobody needs in the country.
Здійснювати дослідження, не маючи певних джерел.
Making the research, having no sources of financing. If you speak of a state program of fuel economy, those programs are in the United States, Canada, quite many European countries, and those programs are funded by the state. Usually, the GPS monitoring systems are important elements from the perspective of keeping the skills and knowledge. If the driver can be taught the economy driving, so-called eco-drive, in half a year he forgets about such skills because he moves usually in the main flow. He can see the madness around and he does the same. Therefore, the system of GPS monitoring allows to keep such skills. Due to the control over the driver, nobody invents anything new. The control is needed. I hope I answered your question. And yet, this control, who must carry out?
Регулятором є держава.
The regulator is the state.
Чітко сказали, що
You clearly said that one can teach the driver, then he will forget in half a year. This is the function of the owner.
Так, транспортної
And
компанії
the economic entity, the transport company, and also GPS monitoring, and the norms of fuel consumption and other things.
щоб інститут таку
For the
просвітницьку
institute to carry out such educational activity is clear for everyone.
транспорту всі дуже добре розуміють.
Everybody is driving a car and everybody knows how to accelerate, how to deaccelerate when it's necessary to save fuel.
Трошки більш широка. Так, будь ласка. Так, будь ласка.
Якщо можна пару штрихів хочу
I would like to
доповнити
add a few words
стосовно даних заводів-виробників.
about the data of manufacturing plants following the experience of development of norms of fuel consumption. We knew already the manufacturers of which well-known global brands, who of them have the inclination towards reduction. We have observed that on Soviet and Ukrainian manufacturers of vehicles, of road vehicles, when such a road for testing of a fuel economy for 1 month was prepared, polished to reduce fuel consumption, and then this data was provided as official. Of course, from the factory, they had totally different vehicles. And even the most well-known European, and not only European, manufacturers will not quote them. And we knew that if you look into the data of that producer, 10 to 15% in the standard conditions, the real vehicle will consume more, 10 to 15% more. Also, the illustrations about application of GPS technology to what was discussed by Oleksandr about the left lane, the fast lane. Interesting information which was reported by head of the service, which was responsible for that in the Ukrainian rails, Ukrainian railway company. They have introduced sensors of fuel consumption. They have installed on tanks of locomotives and other technology with accessing GPS. And after that, all that equipment improved the economy substantially. Why? Because the moment of theft of fuel could be recorded, and this was very efficient way to fight against theft. Those are two comments.
Можна в рамках дискусійної панелі я додам?
Да, будь ласка.
Да. Я хочу сказати, що
I would like to say that GPS monitoring of transportation is a traumatized technology that actually gives us more information than GPS coordinates. It's also about fuel and also about CAN bus. We can get a lot of information, and CAN bus uses a lot of different processes, and it is in commercial transportation. So I would like to drive your attention, as I already mentioned, the carriers or transporters referred to your institute in order to define the norms on fuel consumption. It's not about theft, but mostly about their planning, because they were warranted they would get different fuel consumption. So, but when the picture is different, that's very true. But actually, there are some of the manufacturer's statements. Even if we speak about this stated fuel consumption, the European manufacturers, they adhere to this. So when we have all these European vehicles, by 90% in our market, that's not that many. We can confirm that these confirmed stated ones, but the operation has to be proper. What I would like to drive your attention to, I agree with you that the enterprise might not know about it, but it is interested in it. But I would like to say that the scientists can also do their research in such a way so as to know, and if possible, to give such information if somebody asks. But there's also 95 code training, and there are a lot of things that you have to know with the integration of with the EU and exhaustion. For example, a Euro 7 norm was decreased to the requirements as concerning the using the tires or block pads, and it can actually be seen on the GPS tracking. If you have the fleet of trucks of 10 or more automobiles, you will see that another vehicle that is similar is operated in one mode and another one in another one. As Alexei mentioned, accelerate to the fastest, as Alexei said. So pedal to the metal, it's something that actually be seen in GPS control through cruise control, and it can be seen from different manufacturers. It can be seen, and when they see and compare the fuel consumption, these guys consume less than those. Why? Because the operation is different, is better. Why better? Because they use more cruise control. They actually use less on gas pedal, or they can actually use not the brake pedal, but uses the braking with engine and the exhaust is decreased, and we can actually say that the stated decrease of fuel. We actually can lose our competitive advantage when we enter the EC market. There are some permits for us. It's not only about us. If they enter our market, actually, because of war, we don't have that many Polish people or Turkish transporters. We might be just thrown away by other transporters that were very good before the war, and their processes are to the highest level. I'm not speaking even for GPS monitoring, for handling, loading, unloading, and effective time management. And our people automobile community actually doesn't know about it much. That's very true, and 12 years ago, but that's actually what we have to have if we finish the war in favor of Ukraine, then we might lose some market in Ukraine. We have to work with that, and we have to work at it on the state level.
Дякую. Які ще є у нас там були питання, можливо? Будь
What
ласка.
other questions do we have, please?
Ну, поки ви думаєте, мені дуже сподобалась і доповідь.
While you are thinking, I actually liked a lot about the discussion from Valentina
батарей,
about batteries
для електромобілів та так далі.
For electric cars, and it was actually shown quite well. Valentina is still here, right?
Чітко показали, що
And you showed here there are three stages of manufacturing, operation, and utilization. So the problem with the electric cars has been here for many conferences, and there are different opinions about it. I actually didn't want to butt in at that time, but I wanted to show my model of the process. Look, all of us, we use waste, litter waste, for example, that waste that taken away from the houses and then taken to the dump. It's not very rational, so to say, because you have to have a special service. The service has to go and use the fuel. We need to have the man hours, people that go through different apartment buildings, taking all this waste and taking that to the dump. But nobody refuses from that. We actually got to this. There could be another example, not probably a good one. In the world, there is a big discussion concerning who is the first between China, England, who actually invented a sewage system and toilet first. So if we look at this model for electric vehicles, it's about some expenses as well, but we didn't refuse from the toilets. Still, there are some fields where ecology suffers, but it's somewhere far. In this very case, all these discussions about impact on the environment while manufacturing the batteries, also with their disposal, they are in another plane. It has to be measured because people want to breathe with clean air. They don't want here, as with the case with the toilets, they don't want it to be under their feet. They want it to be clean, clear, and nice. But this impact on environment has to be taken away beyond their existence, somewhere far, somewhere geographically away. So does it look like this? I understand what you mean. Look, that's like the first look at it. Unfortunately, the waste is such big now, including automobile transportation. There is no clean water. There are no clean herbs. It's self-deception. It's either a temporary solution. No matter where we have the manufacturing, even in another continent, it will get to us anyway. For example, if we have some kind of pink rain or yellow snow, and then scientists say whether it was sand from the desert or something else. So this phenomena happen more and more often. It's quite a complicated issue. If we pay attention to this, then the environment will be the one that we would like to see it. Concerning collecting of the disposed batteries, we all know where the cars can be serviced. There are no questions about that. Why don't we make these collection points somewhere? If a person has the used battery, why don't we stimulate them by some monetary reward or some bonuses? The users need to be interested. It can be done. For example, we can also repair internal combustion engine or get to the manufacturer to exchange it with some benefit to the user. I believe that these examples can be taken. These examples can be taken from Europe about internal combustion engines. It has to be implemented. We have to think about the collection system. First, we need to think about collection of the used batteries. First of all, they can be in dumps, and it's about contamination of land, waters, underground, and then we will eat it. But that's different, yeah? What I would like to say, if we already know very bad consequences of dumps of lead and acid batteries, we know about that. The US process almost 100% of these lead batteries. In our case, the situation is worse. Speaking about lithium-ion or other batteries, we still can't understand what kind of consequences people will have, maybe genetic changes or our health. We cannot deceive ourselves that we are going to live in a clean and clear place. If we do that in the moon, it will be better, but still it will be very expensive. There are no good solutions. We just started to develop, and this issue just started to evolve. We know that, for example, this AA battery, when it gets into the soil for 200 years within the radius, this soil cannot be used. But let's ask who collects these batteries? That's actually a question of culture. We have to speak and raise awareness of that. Rahman, for example, told us that there is a technical opportunity for this, but there is also habit or culture, or there could be a requirement as well. And the same refers to this case. So the question here is, there are no good solutions here. But there's also a question about estimations and optimization, whether we have to do more reliable, clean internal combustion engines, or do we have to move to electric vehicles? We used to have some kind of a briefing, and specialists from Poland, Italy were there, Lithuania. Do you remember when was it? It was before a full-scale invasion. And this question was asked, so the specialists from regulators of Italy answered the following. There was a question then about electric vehicles. Dozens of universities worked at it, and they said, yes, we are moving in this direction. And in this case, the government, the regulators, we organized this policy. So this was the answer from the Italian representative. So maybe, really, what Rahman already mentioned, the big matters here is raising awareness. For example, I told you about collecting of garbage or some other examples. Nobody wants to bring back the situation that we actually throw away those plastic bags. Thank you for going through this question. You see, we try to teach that in audiences and for the students. It's about training, education, and raising awareness and understanding. Actually, it's about mindset. We shouldn't be afraid of something new or batteries, but we have to understand that some new tasks are ahead of us. In order to strengthen your position, I would like to say when electric current just appeared, and there were so many cases when people tried to put their fingers into the outlet, but with time they just understood that we need to have this sign 220 volts or substation, don't go in, it will kill you, or some other preventive measures in human activity. So thank you. Alexei, are there any more questions there? I already announced a new section that is close to astronomy about the black hole, and I would like to add here the Institute has been working with this issue for a long time about assessment of different technology, especially about the life cycle. And numeric methods were actually elaborated when we take out the raw materials and we take parts and the operation of vehicles, building the road infrastructure, then disposal of all of it, how it influences of all the aspects of life of people, herbs, water. These are difficult models, but we take into account almost everything, and we can forecast how everything will evolve into. What are the limitations for these models? We have the discrepancy of different attitudes from different countries, because many countries are very egotistical about what we consume and at the expense of whom. It's not like Trump goes out with the climatic deal. It's the issue of a national economy. So let's get to astronomy then. There were 3 questions concerning. The question was from Yuri Babin. Actually, it was a comment first. And here, 4 wheels that are used for the military, and it is at 60 kilometers that the noise level go up. What we need to say that the overall contribution of overall noise was different, and Viktor Fedorov actually said that the main problem of noise reduction was actually noise. And the next second question was, unfortunately, the noise level that is the norm in operation is exceeded and should not be taken as the norm. And given that this norm does not apply to military vehicles, it should be overestimated in calculations. And also, it was said that, unfortunately, we do not take care much about it, but the law is a law, and we have to write 80 decibels. It's quite difficult to define depending on the construction, and that means that the mufflers for noise reduction is very important. And the third question from Joravel, by how much the capacity of the engine decreases when the muffler is used. So the question is to you. Actually, the power should not take out of it. So what we actually have, that is the cross-section of the pipe is decreased. Then it is the case. Or if we, for example, use the something that uses the resistance, it's not glass fiber, but we have glass. There is nothing to use this power for. Sorry, on your scheme, as far as I understand, not only these sound waves mix, but the gas also does it. If we speak about the direct engine, then the power is higher. And why I asked, because the mixing here, we have such a plug that actually gets this inability to go through it freely, and then some resistance, and it goes back. As I said, there is no ultimate answer. Only the experiment can answer it well. Theoretically, principally, I cannot say that actually resistance can affect that much. I can show you the muffler that I made in the university. It was just a pipe, and the exhaust pipe has to be there even geometrically to take it out, and the noise is taken out of it. Let me show that if I open that for you.
Я знайшов її. Так, от, щоб краще один раз показати, ніж 100 раз говорити. А бачите?
Can you see that now?
Так, видно.
От,
Yes, I can see that. Exhaust pipe. It's the muffler by itself. What is the resistance? It's 0. Why? Because it's just exhaust pipe. It has to be there. If we have perpendicular pipes or something, it does not bring away some capacity or power of the engine. It's like an option of using it. Only experiment can actually show their money has to be allocated for this, and that's our country. I have gone through different ways to get the money for the experiment, but I never got that. For example, the here we change the diameter of this neck and the mechanism of it, and the frequency here we have also the sensor. The noise is quite unique because the spectrum of it is like this. That's concentration of sound energy is very narrow. And it is about the crankshaft rotation and how many cylinders are there. We have the interference of 100, 150, and 200, and then it goes down depending on the engine. And it concentrates for harmonics 100% of energy. And then it's not 50 hertz, but 100. And we shouldn't actually subside the energy here. Think about the field with the tanks. We need a cannon, not a machine gun. How to shoot? We have to know how this tank goes. We have the formula for this. How to hit the first one? There has to be a sensor there, so we cannot actually silence it here. The frequency range is very narrow. How to get it there? What resistance will we have in this muffler? 0, because it's just this one. We also have the piston one, and I speak about these mufflers, but I can speak about something new. I can show you about. So this black hole is not as good as the resonator one or the piston one or piston plus, because there is a compensator, petals there. There's a calculation there with the mechanical model how 20 plus pistons work. What delay of that they have. But on this conference, I just show you the black hole. It is to be criticized. Thank you so much. If you allow me, we are very close to finish. But to be more optimistic, I would like to remind you how the first stealth plane made. It was made by theoretical works of a Soviet scientist, and that scientist didn't sell his works to any of the institutes, and then he ended up in the US, and he made a new technology, how to see stealth. So you have a lot of work in front of you. So the last question from me that I would like to read, and it was from Yuri Babin, and it's about the dictionary. So it is true about dictionaries, especially when today terms have been invented and introduced into legislation that are still not understood in the field and do not correspond to the Ukrainian language, in my opinion. So terms should not contradict the sound work, and actually the specialists have to understand that, and society as well.
фаховому середовищі. Так?
In specialist environment. Yes, very true. You are true as always. So we still have a lot of work in front of us. We have a lot of work, and tomorrow, at the same time, we will be working. We will go through our agenda. We will speak through many different questions. Do you have any suggestions, announcements? No?
Тоді
Then
я з великим задоволенням
with
бачу
great pleasure, I looking at all the present, and some of these people were not able to withstand this marathon. I would like to see you all. Thank you so much.
У нас залишилось 50.
Thank you,
Майже
everyone. We still have about 50, 40 Spartans. Thank you, everyone. And we'll see each other at 10 o'clock tomorrow, as always. And I hope we won't have any obstacles. Have a good evening. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.